You gotta give me everything, baby, ain't no doubt. Give me 100, need you 100% has enemies and wants the water source to rise and heaven's out of sight. She wants the devil on her team. My Lucifer is lonely. My Lucifer is lonely. Look at you, near me. You don't know your friend with us a winery. Walking wearing feathers, Peter should know better. You cover up, escaping. Money searching for where are they saving it? Poisoning themselves, now beginning for help. Wow, here's burn in California. My turn to ignore ya. Don't say I didn't warn ya. All the good girls go to hell, 'cause even God herself has enemies and wants the water source to rise and heaven's out of sight. She wants the devil on her team. My Lucifer is lonely. There's nothing left to say now. My God is gonna own me. There's nothing left to say now. My Lucifer is lonely. My Lucifer is lonely. Blue jean baby.
Test, 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 test. All right. Could I make a request that we start to close the doors in the back to get some of the noise down? Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, folks, for being here and coming right back after the lunch and not going into food coma. I wanted to say before I start this presentation, this is actually not my work that I'm presenting on. We had a speaker. She was actually my outreachy intern last year. Her name is Rosalind Bassi. She's based in Nigeria. We tried to bring her here, but for various visa-related challenges, it's a hard thing to do. So I am giving this on her behalf since she could not be here, because this is actually a really exciting and really kind of big topic that we've opened up in the community. And Rosalind and the folks that we've worked with, like Joseph Gayoso, who's also not here. You may have seen him last year at Flock if you were there in Rochester. This is a big project that has actually been a vision for quite some time and really started to come together last year. So what I'm going to be talking with you about today is a little bit on what the program is and what it's not, what we've done in the last year, a little bit on why it matters, both from a user perspective and a vendor perspective, and how you can even contribute and get started today. So, I have to pull up these notes here as I go. So, to debrief on some of the common challenges that we're having here, how many of you have tried to look up, before you buy a new laptop, Linux support for the laptop? You spend time trying to find a laptop. That's, okay, for the recording, that's basically the whole room. Because we're a Linux community, when we're gonna buy something, you wanna make sure that Fedora or whatever distro you're running is gonna work. But surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, that's kind of hard to do. There's not a whole lot of info that's out there unless vendors are doing that work. And even when they are doing that work, sometimes it's not obvious or it's not clear where to find it. And there's an inconsistent user experience when you do buy a laptop and then it's actually, got some hardware bug or kernel issue and your performance is miserable. And it's definitely not a personal experience for me at all. So, there's lots of challenges that we, as end user consumers buying personal hardware to run our favorite operating system on, it's not the easiest thing in the world. So, however, we are living in a changing world, And we actually have quite a few vendors, hardware vendors out there that are doing the legwork to make their hardware a first-class experience for Linux desktops, Linux operating systems. So this is where we start to talk about Fedora Ready. So out there in the world, we have all these vendors that are doing various efforts with various levels of communication and awareness. So we had this idea, which I'll really credit to Joseph Gayoso. This was really his baby that he had the vision for. And this is the idea behind it is a promotional program that helps anyone be able to recognize devices that work well with Fedora Linux. And there's various levels of support that we have in that, which I'll talk about. But in short, what is Fedora Ready? It is a public list of tested compatible devices. It's a resource for users, vendors, or even advocates who want to promote Linux usage in the market. And my favorite part, it's community driven. However, what it is not, and we need to be very clear about this, it's not a certification. We're not certifying anyone. There's not like a rigorous set of criteria that you're checking off. We do have some guidelines, and that's what we do. You have to meet these guidelines to be listed. We'll talk a little bit about that, but it's important to know that this is not like an official legal certification that we as Fedora are providing. Also, the other challenge, which kind of relates to the community-driven piece, is this is not a full-time team. We have several volunteers who are working on this and helping review new requests. Like I'll talk about one of our new vendors who actually just sponsored Flock this year, Nova Custom, and how we onboarded them as our most recent joinee to the program. But it's an important thing to remember that this is a community approach for running this program, and that's why you're going to find out exactly how you can get involved as well. So why does it matter? I've kind of actually touched on these things a little bit already, but let's talk about it from the vendor perspective. So you're the vendor that's spending the time to either make sure your platform supports Linux, or many of the vendors that you'll see actually exclusively do Linux, and that's like all they do. So for the vendors, it helps them get some recognition for the work that they're doing. And many times actually going upstream, working on the Linux kernel, making sure that their hardware is tested and supported. So for the vendors, what does it do? It helps the end user Linux community increase trust that you're going to buy, if you're going to spend thousands of euros or dollars on a device, you want to make sure that you're not going to have a subpar user experience. So for the vendors that are taking pride in that, it's easier for you as a consumer to trust them. There's more visibility for the work that they're doing, both in terms of the support, but oftentimes the actual upstream engagement that these vendors are doing. And of course, alignment with open source, because everything we run, except for the wireless drivers, I guess still, are free and open source software on Fedora. So it's actually, you can't rely on necessarily proprietary drivers or tools to make a Fedora Linux a supported experience, which is also kind of one of the cool parts about it. For users, I think that part is pretty clear, given how many Linux end user consumers we have in the room, by that show of hands. You don't have to do as much guesswork of spending the time to try to research, is this particular chip and motherboard or whatever hardware configuration, is this going to work with the newest version of the kernel that Fedora is shipping? Because you know how much we love to update the kernel during the release cycle, unlike other distributions, which is a cool part of Fedora, but hard to support if you're a hardware vendor. You've got to be working with the newest changes in the kernel for Fedora Linux to really run well on your platform. And it makes it easier to choose Fedora-friendly devices. For Fedora, again, broader adoption, happier users, a stronger ecosystem. Like for all you folks that are looking out there to buy something for your personal use that can use Fedora, we're helping make that easier kind of as a service, both to our vendors and our users. So for Fedora, it makes it easier to help bring more people in without necessarily having to do it the old way of going to an install-a-thon or getting help. You don't have to be an expert or even a novice to do this. You just can buy the laptop pre-configured out of the box. We've actually had some stronger relationships with the vendors as a part of this as well. I mentioned previously our newest member of Fedora Ready, Nova Custom, actually is a sponsor of Flock this year, and we have a relationship with them. I see a number of framework devices here in the audience, and we have, although we don't really have a monetary relationship with Framework, they their Linux team and the Fedora quality assurance team have a pretty tight relationship. Like, we communicate fairly regularly with the framework devs and the Fedora quality folks on hardware support, knowing that, oh, there's going to be some next generation thing that framework's working on, and they'll let us know a little bit early so we can try to test some of that stuff, or they can test some of that stuff actually. And actually the cool part of this too is that by having this program, it's actually encouraging vendors to prioritize Linux compatibility, which I think, as I'll talk about with one of ours in a little bit, like with Lenovo, I think that's actually been a really helpful thing for their, and this Lenovo being kind of on the other end of vendors, a huge company with lots of different hardware. Not all of it has that Linux support behind it. For them, it helps promote that Linux is actually a priority for the folks, the team at Lenovo that's doing the Linux kernel development and firmware development. Even internally at Lenovo, it helps them have a little bit of leverage of hey, the Linux community is not all a bunch of freeloaders and this kind of perception. So what have we done so far? Kind of looking at the last year, because I mentioned this has been a vision for some time, but is really kind of come together thanks to the work, largely I think to Rosalind, honestly, with her internship last year. She was really instrumental in pulling this all together. We worked with all the different hardware vendors. I should have probably read this before, or refreshed this before I came on stage, but I'm pretty sure that's Lenovo, Framework, Slimbook, and now Nova Custom are our 4 vendors we're currently working with. So what Rosalind did with those vendors is work with all of them to actually assess, well, actually we come up with different tiers of support, how well tested and integrated it is, or whether it'll just work well, or it's actually been tested and supported by the framework team is putting all their kernel regression tests against Fedora and stuff like that. So she worked with all these different vendors to actually work with them to understand what are you doing today to actually make sure that Fedora Linux runs well on your hardware. What steps are you doing, and what level of support are you willing to, are you as a company giving for your hardware around this Linux stack? So she did all this great work of actually developing a list that you can now find on the Fedora Docs website for all of these vendors that actually lists all their devices that support Fedora Linux. For the ones like Slimbook and Framework and Nova Custom, there's not a huge amount because they don't have a ton of different options. For Lenovo, which has hundreds and thousands of different hardware configurations, it's a pretty long list for that one, but it gives you that resource, and that was part of what took a while to actually build, and we were working with Mark Pearson at Lenovo, Wessel at Nova Custom. I'm not as close with the Framework and Slimbook folks, but I know we have, I think it's Alejandro at Slimbook, and I think it's Matt at Framework. So we've built this kind of relationship with them, with just also knowing what are you doing around Fedora, and what does that internal story look like at your company? We developed a vendor enrollment process, or really Rosalind developed a vendor enrollment process, which is part of that criteria of I mentioned, we're not a certification program, right? It's not like there's a level of certification that we are providing as Fedora, but we do have requirements that to show up and to have your company's hardware listed here, you need to meet these requirements and make sure that they align with the values and criteria for Fedora. We've also onboarded early vendors. So actually that was kind of even before Fedora Ready really existed, we had that relationship at least with Lenovo and Framework and Slimbook. We've been talking with them forever, and we've been having conversations for quite some time. But they were kind of our early test group. There was first set of vendors to help us. We had a lot of feedback back and forth on here's our version of what we're thinking for this. What do you think about it? Is this useful for you? We had a lot of dialogue with the vendors to actually shape this process. So it was something that both worked for the Fedora community, but also was something that was useful and helpful for the hardware vendors. We've also built initial documentation around the program, as well as a branding kit, which is something I'll talk a little bit about with the advocacy piece in a minute. So part of that also included, one other thing just to mention as part of that branding kit, we actually had a trademark request that went to the Fedora Council. This is kind of a big thing because it takes a little bit of legal time and review. So we actually have this really cool logo on this branding kit and things that you can actually use. I see a hand from Matthew really quick. That was basically it.
This is also, if you look at the Fedora trademark guidelines, which we updated recently, which was behind the scenes your effort. That the Fedora Ready mark is listed as a secondary mark, like Fedora Remix is there. And there's actual legal guidelines for it there.
So for the stream, Matthew Miller just commented that as part of the Fedora trademark guidelines, the Fedora Ready mark fits in as a secondary mark. And we actually had to work on kind of modernizing our trademark guidelines a little bit as part of this process so we could make something like Fedora Ready work. So I'll talk a little bit now about the brand kit. So this is kind of the part that I think is really cool. And as you all, as various members of the Fedora community, whether you consider yourself wearing the ambassador advocate hat, going out to other conferences or meetups or other communities, or if you're a speaker, going out to other conferences talking about Fedora. This is something that's really cool because it gives you some resources on both like, what is this program? How do you talk about it with different people? And we have some of these logo assets and things that you can use, pretty logos, things to put on your slides or to put on social media or whatever kind of approach you take to your advocacy. So some of those components is, again, the brand guidelines document. So if you've seen the design team's brand book, which I think is Emma Kidney, Madeline Peck, and a handful of others that have contributed to that. I think Jess Cheetahs as well. This is a thing that covers kind of the whole Fedora brand. We have this Fedora Ready guideline, which is, again, more specific requirements about like how you need to write about it. Like, we're not a partnership program. Don't call Fedora Ready a partner program because there's legal things that come when you use certain words. So like the guidelines will help you know how to speak about the program correctly and accurately. The logos, things you can use, and the messaging framework. So you want to talk about it at a conference, or a meetup, some things that you can kind of think about there. And if you follow this brand kit, this will help you both kind of support the vendor marketing efforts, more specifically around their upstream Linux engagement. Like, part of what I'm really happy about with Fedora Ready personally is we're not just showcasing hardware, but actually we're showcasing relationships too. Like, we're actually working with these vendors that are showing up in upstream, whether that's by monetary sponsorship, Lenovo and Nova Custom for Flock, for example, or whether it's with the work they're doing upstream in the Linux kernel to add more support for their hardware. And now Framework is doing some of this cool stuff with RISC-V, so that's also kind of a dynamic there. So you can help kind of be a part of promoting the open source story of these vendors that actually give a damn about Linux. And strengthening the Fedora Ready brand. When you use this, it makes sure that we're communicating about this effort in a consistent way, making sure that we're having that same consistent message no matter where we are talking about this. So there's not confusion about what we're trying to do, and that it's not like, that like Lenovo didn't give us $50,000 just to put their name on there, but like they're actually doing work to actually support this and make their platform work with Linux. And then, of course, trademark compliance, because that's always something you have to think about when you're using logos and marks. So I want to help you use it appropriately and in a way that no one is going to come and like haggle you when you're not showing things the right way. How to use the brand kit, similar thing here. This also kind of depends, I think there's some context here, is it kind of depends on what your use case is for using this. Now, if you're someone who's a member of the Fedora community going to a conference and you're going to talk about this or integrate it into some other topic, you don't really need to request permission. If you're a community member, I hope I don't live to regret saying that, but if you're going to do something more bigger, like you want to organize a marketing campaign or you want to actually do some kind of promotional partnership, always start with a trademark or request permission with the Fedora Council, just to rep the idea, especially if it has trademark implications with using the Fedora mark, or you're trying to do something that's not necessarily outlined in the branding kit. So get that permission, the council will discuss. Usually this stuff is pretty non-controversial. Like, we're just want to make sure that you won't have any legal challenges or issues. So the council usually wants to help you with this stuff. So you get the approval, you follow the guidelines, and you create your content, and you go and do the thing. We try to make it as straightforward and easy for you as possible because we want you to be able to go out there and talk about this stuff and share the work that you can do in upstream, or that you can benefit from the work that's being done upstream by the vendors. So the impact that vendors offer, again, kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but vendors are doing this essential work of bringing Linux to mainstream consumer hardware. And if you look at what the space looked like 15 years ago, it's a very different landscape than it is today. So things that this provides, a lot of it is like one of those layers of support that we offer is like, does the vendor have pre-installs available? So like for Slimbook and Lenovo, and I think Nova, I can't remember Nova Custom, they do pre-installs, but like Framework does not do pre-installs, but they support and test Fedora Linux pretty rigorously on their hardware, which ties into the compatibility testing, making sure that the vendor is actually taking appropriate steps to make sure that their hardware is, working with Fedora or the latest version of the Fedora kernel. Customer support, again, we do provide support on Fedora through the Ask Fedora channels, but sometimes things are very hardware specific, and lots of the vendors do have various levels of support that they can actually, official support they can offer to their Linux users. And then driver optimization, of course, like making sure that the hardware that the vendors are running has been, as optimal of a user experience as possible using Fedora Linux and our software stack. So how does Fedora Ready support vendors? Again, kind of in the reverse direction is that by participating as a vendor in Fedora Ready, we provide some marketing support. We have the social media channels that we have in Fedora, like our LinkedIn and Mastodon, and I guess now we're getting into Blue Sky as well a bit too. Vendor recognition, community visibility. You're going to have this prominent place when we talk about hardware as the Fedora community. And the technical collaboration, which I mentioned, like with Framework is a great example. Like we have a direct contact, a direct line between the Framework folks and the Fedora quality team. So, this slide might not be complete yet, that's okay. How can you contribute and how can you get involved? So there's a number of ways that you can think about this. And I also encourage you to use your imagination here a little bit. We're still kind of early on in this Fedora Ready program and building this out. However, there are some things that we think you can go ahead and start doing or getting involved. You can actually help test and report feedback on some of the devices. This is actually more of a process that we are trying to develop, so that way community can also give us feedback that like, hey, a vendor has, said that this is supported. And I think in most cases, like if there's an issue that you find, actually can help us start a great conversation with the vendor. Like, hey, our community is saying that there's an issue here. What's going on? Can we readdress this? We can actually raise that issue with the vendor as the Fedora community. So this is one thing that we're hoping to, this is probably more future thinking, like we want to have a formal process that you all can have as if you have one of these devices or you want to help, test and inform on compatibility, you can share that. Another thing is thinking about, these last two are kind of tied together, but in that digital ambassadorship piece, or, going to conferences, in-person stuff too. You can make video reviews talking about the hardware, especially if you're someone who does do that kind of stuff, like being able to talk about how Fedora Ready is a criteria that, building that awareness for the wider community, because we're doing a lot of this inside Fedora, but we want to help grow and expand that message too. Like, I'd love it if Ubuntu folks got jealous of the work that we were doing and then they tried to do an Ubuntu Ready program. Like, I'd call that a success if they started to copy us. Not to pick on them too much, we like our canonical friends. Also to be an ambassador, this kind of ties into the in-person pieces as well. So conferences, if you are already doing meetups or local things in your community with Fedora, bring this in as a discussion topic, because you're probably going to have in your local events, you're probably going to find a lot of more user-type personas or user-type folks who may not be aware of this and maybe have the same challenge when I asked you all to raise your hand, looking for that compatibility for your Linux hardware. You can help bridge that awareness and help others know about this resource that's out there for them. Content creation, best practices, following our guidelines. So again, this is part of, kind of fits into the branding kit. But when you're thinking about things like what are we looking to emphasize or prioritize when we're talking about Fedora Ready? User experience, like making sure that if you're buying this that you're going to have a smooth out-of-the-box experience. You're not going to have to fiddle with custom kernel patches and Wi-Fi driver craziness. It's going to be a smooth user experience. The hardware quality has been tested and integrated with the software that we're shipping in Fedora. The community impact, how actually buying this hardware, in many cases, either For the smaller vendors, it helps give them a more visibility and even a little bit more market share in the market. And for the larger vendors that have lots of options that don't always support Linux, it helps those folks doing that Linux enablement work get more visibility and highlight their work to support the platform. Practical benefits, real-world users, you have hardware, it works good, you don't have to worry about it. And vendor partnership, again, mentioning that we're not just really showcasing hardware here, we're showcasing relationships. The partnership that we have with these vendors and companies to actually test and work on this stuff and sharing that, having that connection with the Fedora community. So a quick walkthrough. I guess this is actually kind of the informal process as we work to formalize it over hopefully the next couple of months. But if you wanted to submit a report, you check if the device is already listed. You can open a ticket in the Fedora marketing team GitLab repository, or you can send us a message in Matrix with your feedback. We'll want to know things like what are your device specs and what are your test results, what kind of user experience were you having, any notes on performance, and then we can work with the marketing team to actually include your feedback on the list or make sure that we're representing that hardware as appropriately as possible. So a little bit, last topic on kind of where the program is heading next. So kind of long-term here, collaborating with more vendors and collaborating with more retail companies as well. That's actually been one that Joseph has talked a lot about. I remember for him, part of his vision with this was like he was buying, he was walking into a Best Buy in the US and was like, there's something I can't remember that story, but he was like basically looking, in the US consumer market of like making it easier so if he were to walk into a Best Buy, you can actually find, a Linux option that is off the shelf, ready to purchase. So part of the next steps includes expanding the contributor base, making it easier for people to participate in this program, but also to help empower people to take leadership roles as well, with like working with the vendor relationships that we have and getting connected into these things. Publishing more reports, like especially where you can purchase a Fedora-ready device. Like with Lenovo, like for example, they do have ways in their shop that you can find it, but it's kind of not obvious. So I think that would be a really helpful thing for Fedora Ready, is just like, not necessarily too specific to Lenovo, but like generally, like where can you find devices that work with Fedora Linux and purchase them? Again, continuing to build more vendor relationships. I also want to give a shout out to Neil Gampa, who I'm not sure if I don't think he's in the room right now, but he helped build that connection with Nova Custom and actually helped foster them as a sponsor for Flock this year. And I think that was a large part of both from the advocacy piece and Fedora Ready, building that stronger relationship with the vendor. We want to create more social assets to help contributors share their testing online. So if you want to do your own thing as well, you have your own channel or presence or other community, it's easier to bring some of these things there. And in general, improving accessibility of the submission process. So the goal is to scale with community contributions. So with that, I invite you to join us. You can hang out in the Fedora marketing team room. That's #marketing:fedoraproject.org. Or on our GitLab, you can follow us for comments there. Of course, I always feel weird telling people to look at GitLab since like the days are numbered there, but at some point that's going to change. But for now, we're on GitLab. So you can also share things like a report or a video, or helps just spread the word at your next local event, or talking with other Linux users in your local community, in your online communities. Help us spread the word about this work and make it easier for people to find devices that support Fedora Linux. So some final takeaways here before, I forget if this was a 30-minute slot, or I don't know if I'm close to time or if we'll have questions or not. Okay, we have time. So some final takeaways here. Fedora Ready makes choosing hardware easier. The program will grow because of community contributors. Your device review can help someone else's purchase journey, and there's lots of ways for you to think about getting involved. Small contributions can make a big difference. And like I said earlier, you can use some of your imagination here, because we're also kind of early on and we're emerging from basically a pilot of this program and really trying to make this into something big and notable. So just because you haven't seen something, if you had this idea that was in your head of like hearing all of this that you think could really help build the awareness or get more people on board with supporting Fedora Linux, come and talk to us. So with that, let's scale Fedora Ready together. And I think now would be a great time for any questions or feedback that we have. All right, we got a few already. This was an hour session? Okay. Well, then we can start. Who's our mic runner in this room? You got to shout across the internet, Robert. I can do that. First question for Robert. Yeah, you can pass on the mic.
Yeah, no, I can't. Just basic question. How many devices at this point are Fedora ready?
Let's take a look. Docs.fedoraproject. Oh, I'm not screen sharing, so this is kind of not as engaging. I'll put it in Matrix, actually. We're in the plenary room. I'll drop this link in the plenary room chat if you're following along here. So here is the link to the Fedora marketing docs with the overview of the program. The thing that a lot of you are probably curious about is like, how does this compatibility list work? That page I just linked in the chat describes the criteria that we use and the different categories. So there's 3 categories for how we work with the vendors. Fedora is pre-installed, Fedora is supported by the vendor, Fedora may run, which is an indication, usually that one that we have some informal assurance from the vendor. So the question was how many? So looking at the framework page, and I'll drop this one in the chat as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 devices that the framework team is confident in and actively tests. It's officially supported by the vendor. Lenovo, I don't even want to try to count this one, but I'm going to put it in the chat anyways. And I see a comment from Mark Pearson, who's our friend at Lenovo, in the chat that says that this list is actually not currently up to date with Lenovo, so he has a new task on his list to work with the Fedora Ready program to make sure that list is accurate. Thank you, Mark. But you can see the Lenovo one. I'll let you count that one, Robert. I'm too tired. And Nova Custom, they just started with us, so they have 2 devices that are Fedora pre-installed. I'll put their link in the chat as well. And lastly, Slimbook. Slimbook is the one that's kind of cool because they have the laser engraved Fedora logo on it. The super key, it kind of has that MacBook look, if that's what you're looking for. And they look like they have 9 devices that have Fedora pre-installed. Some of those look like they're actually EOL devices. They're not on sale anymore. But it looks like I see 4 that are currently for sale and supported. So it gives you a little bit of an idea, like especially for a lot of the smaller vendors who are usually much more focused on supporting Linux as a platform. Kind of makes sense that the team is smaller because they're kind of all in on Linux support. Whereas with Lenovo, there's their Linux firmware team, which has that subset of, like, not every Lenovo device you buy is going to be a great Linux experience, but when you look at this list, it's supposed to help give you that context. So I hope that indirectly answers your question on how many. We have another question.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I think this is more of a recent effort. And do you also plan to look at other architectures like ARM? Did you get any of the ARM?
Does ARM make their own laptops that you can buy?
There are vendors who ship ARM-based laptops, but
well, I would say it's probably those vendors we want to talk with. Like, it's cool if ARM is interested in this, but then
I do not know myself which.
Because we're not really talking about CPU. I mean, it's related because it's Linux support, but like, as I know your bias for RISC-V, like thinking about it, like we had a vendor that actually is doing.
That's why I didn't mention RISC-V because it's far away. There are no RISC-V laptops
sure, but
yet.
Think about it in the future, like especially as this enablement is coming forward with RISC-V, and we have some vendors that are like putting in the effort to support Fedora.
There is a framework, a RISC-V board, or actually there is.
Yeah, so actually we might actually not have just a new vendor for that one. We might actually have Framework be one of our first partners there. But like in this example, like being able to promote that of like, hey, you as a vendor want to support RISC-V and Fedora, and you're going to sell hardware, or you're going to test it, even if you're not doing pre-installs, but like you're confident that RISC-V works on the vendor hardware, like let's have a conversation, and let's see if we can help you promote your work that you're doing to enable Linux and Fedora on that platform. But I'd say, yeah, vendors, not so much like microchip processor orgs. I don't know if they quite fit in at least in the current definition.
This is a follow-up to that. Is there a plan to extend beyond laptops to like small board computers or other server hardware, embedded devices, that kind of thing?
That's a really good question. What I'm thinking about here is really like workstation versus server, like headless or not headless devices. Like I'd say if it's more of a desktop, even if it's like not a laptop, I think that fits a little more easily because we kind of know how to test that. We have some criteria in place. It's pretty graphic user interface focused. I think it could be really interesting to kind of flip it to look at like a server or headless cloud model there, but I think this is where like scaling the program through community contributions would be really helpful because our current team, I would say, probably does not have that capacity because we'd have to revisit the definition and the guidelines, but I'd say it's a good idea. And if there was a vendor out there who wants to have this conversation, they should come and talk to us as soon as they can. So good idea, but we're just not ready yet.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea because you have the same problem with SBCs a lot of time because you're not sure which one is like, am I going to get one that's Fedora is going to work on, right? So like, it's kind of the same problem, but different use case specifically.
Yeah, the use case makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
I think if we could have someone who'd be willing to like rep that perspective and really be a part of the Fedora Ready team to help us when a vendor asks us questions, like if a vendor emailed the team today, like I don't know if we'd have an easy way to respond to them about that.
Yeah.
Like, so if we had someone that could help kind of fill that gap for us, I think there's definitely a lot of potential to, it's a very interesting use case. And I'd love to see the evolution there.
So my question actually was like for a specific vendor, I don't know if anybody's ever reached out to them, but like System 76, they tend to do like a lot of Linux-based desktop and laptop computers, and I'm just wondering if we've ever had any engagement with them.
That's a good question. So as I understand it, they're mostly Pop! OS. So like in terms of the 3 categories we have, that would not be Fedora pre-installed. Now, if they're actually doing work to test Fedora, like internally at System 76, then we could put them in that, the Fedora fully tested. Probably because they're still doing Linux, we could put them under that Fedora may run category. But I don't know, that's kind of the weakest category of Fedora Ready. So it's like if a vendor's really going to get the value out of this, I think they need to have at least some devices in either the pre-install category or like we're testing this, like we're supporting this, and then maybe some additional devices that may run.
Yeah, I'm just more or less interested to know, like, do they know about this program and
I
are
would
they not interested, or do they not know?
I would say it's probably, at least I have not had any engagement there. Right. So if there's any System 76 folks that would love to talk about this, we're definitely open to the conversation.
Cool.
Right, so I have actually 2 questions. Yeah.
Hello.
So the first one is, do the vendors share some statistics with us? Like what kind of laptops do they sell more? What kind of hardware is preferred by the users? Because that could help us to identify what are the preferences of Fedora users. And the second question, well, maybe you want to answer that first?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read off really quickly. I'm looking at, and since we are in this digital world, I'll put this link in the Matrix chat as well. Criteria for vendor listing. Vendors are listed under Fedora Ready if, and this actually kind of ties into the 3 categories, a vendor is selling a computer with Fedora Linux available pre-installed. And that means we have a reputable contact with decision makers or points of contact in your team. The computer is available for purchase online. If the product is in the pipeline and not ready yet, then we should be in contact in the lead up to the product's launch to tie our promotional efforts to that moment. So that's the pre-installed. The second one, if they're officially supporting Fedora Linux as an OS, actually it's almost the same. We have reputable contact with your company and the Fedora community. If you're working on something that's going to be planned, work with us so we can also co-promote it with our marketing team. The different part here, you need to publicly share which devices have the support for Fedora Linux online. So the vendor needs to provide that somewhere, clearly, that they support Fedora Linux in their storefront.
Yeah, but just to clarify, I meant statistics about how many users. Yeah, like how many like yes, something like that.
I think this would be a really interesting evolution of the program. We don't currently have that kind of relationship. I know some of our vendors definitely have some of that data. and maybe we could have more intentional conversations with
They
them.
have the data for sure. I don't doubt that. But I wanted to know if they share it. Okay.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting collaboration point because it would help Fedora to have that data, and it would probably help them to be able to market their Linux support much better too.
And then the second question was, you mentioned situations where they let us know what is going to be the next thing, so we are able to test whatever. Do we do the same thing when a Fedora change for a software change is proposed for the next Fedora release that heavily interacts with any hardware, whatever? Do we notify them?
Okay, that's actually a great question, and I think this is an important thing too. So for that compatibility list, when we list the support, what we're putting on there is what version of Fedora Linux the vendor supported at the time of the release of that device. So if you look at a lot, like the Lenovo one is probably a great example on here, you'll see a lot of devices that have tested distro. Like there's ones for Fedora 38, 39, 37, and what that means is like that's the earliest release that was tested, and like the team really provided that support for that version. Like they built that generation of the laptop to support that version. It gets harder because also we do so much change in Fedora to like, it would create more work for the Fedora Ready folks to be able to, especially for Lenovo's list where it's tons of devices, like every release, oh, have you tested all 100 of these devices with the last change set for the release? So it's a good question, but I'd say like the model that we take is really like on time of launch, what did that generation device support or what was tested? So it does have a, I think if we were more like an enterprise Linux or like long-term support version, it would probably be something we'd want to revisit. But I think in the way that Fedora works and how fast we change, I think doing it this way where we're just basically promising what version is supported at time of release is, I think, the sustainable way of doing it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was thinking that if they share with us what is the next generation thing for their site is, I think it makes sense for us to share also how Fedora will look like in the future.
Oh, well.
And so if we are preparing for the future,
No,
we will help them. Like, hey, we are going to change whatever software that heavily interacts with, I don't know, USB drivers, network drivers.
It's a good question. And I think, like, for the testing piece, like, we'd want to, can you reframe the question? Also, I want to state it clearly for the stream.
Do we share what are going to be the future changes in Fedora in terms of software that interacts with hardware?
The question is, do we have a relationship with the vendors to share upcoming changes in Fedora Linux so that they're aware of the changes happening in Fedora as they're getting ready to certify or to test their next generation of hardware? So I would say, well, one, I mean, I don't know of any like smoke-filled rooms with people smoking cigars about the future of Fedora. So a lot of like what we're doing is kind of out there already. And I mean, it's nothing that there's nothing that's secret that the vendors can't find just by paying attention. And I will say I do think a lot of the vendors are tapped in on that already, but I do think that's a potential area for growth is like using that vendor relationship. Like if we know there's going to be a pretty seismic thing that's going to impact like a certain architecture stack or certain hardware configurations that, oh, all the Slimbook stuff is going to be impacted by this, or we have a reason to think that would be a really cool place to grow. And I think make that relationship more valuable both for Fedora and for the vendors. So it's a nice idea. I'd love to see that be part of the evolution of the program.
It could be just like a periodic reminder. Yep. Of like, hey, these are the ones that got accepted in the change deadlines over, just make sure this isn't going to affect you, right?
Yeah, automation for that would be really cool. And I don't think it would be that hard thinking about it because we already have all this various stuff with the wiki pages and the change wrangling. So it's an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea.
What about Dell and HP or any other major laptop vendors?
Hello, I would love to come and talk with the HP and Dell person who I hope is watching this or listening to this. Or if any of you have those connections, like I just personally, I don't think it's a lack of interest, but like with those bigger vendors, like Lenovo, for example, we've had this very close relationship, which I would probably say is in many ways related to the Red Hat connection with Lenovo, because For the folks that don't know, like this is a laptop that Red Hat gives me, and it actually recently now was pre-installed with Fedora Linux, and that's like company issued laptop. So like we have this relationship with Lenovo already, and it was kind of easy to transfer kind of the work, the people doing the upstream work on Lenovo into the community space. Like Mark Pearson's been really great to work with, and he's been on it. He's been engaged in this space. So if there were someone from these other vendors, HP and Dell, and they are doing work to support Linux, or even Fedora Linux more specifically, or have pre-install options, like they should absolutely come and talk with us and look at the enrollment process that we have on the documentation page, which will give them those like steps that they as a vendor need to do to initiate that conversation. I know they do, and that's why I think I would love to find the person who could help be the Mark Pearson of HP and Dell, because I love Mark a lot. I give him a lot of love because he's just been really great to work with, and I think a lot of our vendors, like, we have that really positive working relationship with. So I think the door is open for someone from HP or Dell to come, but again, like a lot of the connections we've had are like when we were starting this program last year and working with some of the, basically it was Lenovo, Slimbook, and Framework that were kind of our early adopters for this. We had those community connections already because they were showing up in our upstream. Like the Framework people were already talking to the Fedora quality team before this Fedora Ready thing even was in place. So we had that advantage with those vendors, but as part of this process of kind of moving it from a pilot phase and really trying to take this program to production, now would be a great time for someone from those places if they wanted to work with the Fedora community and get some of that community marketing support for their Linux upstream work. I'd love to hear from them.
So I know the answer for System 76, at least as of a long time ago, and I think it's probably still true today. So they make Pop! OS their own, Debian Ubuntu derived operating system, and I actually talked to them when they were in the process of designing that, and they really wanted to have control over the kernel, both when updates come out and how what drivers are included, what sometimes drivers that we wouldn't include in Fedora Linux for various reasons. They wanted to have complete control over that, and so that's part of the reason they decided they needed their own Linux operating system entirely. And maybe things have changed there. That would be awesome because they're great people. It would be really nice to have them involved, but I think that they kind of have their own path there. And a similar answer may apply to some number of the other vendors that were mentioned recently in a question, just saying.
And that's why, like, for System 76 specifically, like, they could probably fit into that Fedora may run category, but I feel like that's kind of like the weak sauce part of Fedora Ready. Like, if you really want to leverage the full benefits of the program, like, I really feel like having at least some other devices in those other categories will help you more than just Fedora may run. Brendan?
Okay, going back to the embedded board question, I think the difference between many embedded boards and laptops is just whether there's a battery and a screen attached. They generally do have video outputs on them. Oh yeah, and a keyboard, hopefully. I mean, I attached my System 76 keyboard, but that, no pop-outs required. So last year at DevConf CZ, there was this, hey, let's talk about what's going on in Fedora, like what can we improve on, what's going on? And Neil Gampa said this thing that just, it broke my heart because it was true. It was that we didn't do a good job with the ARM project back in the day because most people didn't have gravitons in their houses. And most people actually do have embedded boards, and actually getting support for those is really hard, and we don't really do a good job of that in Fedora. So if we can somehow bridge this thing into how we handle embedded boards, that gives Fedora to a lot of people that can't have it right now because we can't test it right now.
That's a good comment. It does. Dusty adds there's a lot of opportunity for the Fedora Ready program here, and I agree. Question from right up here.
Yeah, if I'm buying phone today, I'm looking how long it will be supported for example, if it is less than, let's say, 4 years, it's not interesting to me. Is there anything like that in the Fedora program?
I really think that the answer to this is something that would make Fedora, try to make Fedora be something it's not. Like, I think if you really want that guarantee that you're gonna have like 4 or 5, 6 years of support, then you probably need to run an enterprise Linux operating system that has that long of an supported life cycle. Like, for example, with the Lenovo stuff, a lot of that stuff came out of the fact that, like, before Red Hat had a Fedora Linux corporate standard build, it was RHEL. So a lot of the testing that Lenovo, and I'm pretty sure they still do some testing on RHEL. If Mark is listening in the chat, he can drop a comment in there. I think that it's just, that's a really hard challenge, and with how much change that we have in Fedora, like if we were updating every 4 years, like I think it'd be easy, but we're updating every 6 months, and sometimes it's smaller changes, and sometimes it's huge and massive stuff. Like, think of like the back in the day with System D or GNOME 3, like that might not be as an easy kind of change to support. So it's a good question, but I feel like just fundamentally the way that Fedora works, it's not feasible for the program. So that's why we've taken the approach of like on release, and like really like we do, the vendors that are really testing their support, like I do think you would get a lot of years of support from it because they're actually giving a damn about the hardware support and usually doing that work upstream in the Linux kernel itself. So I'd feel more optimistic, but like I don't think we can say that like you are going to get 4 years of support unless the vendor themselves say that. Like I don't think we can put that on them for Fedora Ready. Any last, oh, we got a hand all the way over here.
Could we get some stickers to show off our Fedora Ready laptops?
So, my friends at Slimbook and Framework, if you would like to sponsor our Flock conference next year and send us some of your swag so we can put it on the table out here with the, well, we actually should have some of the Lenovo stuff here too. But also, like you might have seen, we have like Lenovo custom discount codes on the swag table. So I'd say that if this is a great opportunity for our vendors listening, that there are people who want your stuff here and you should sponsor Flock so you can give them your stuff and you don't have to, yeah, come and talk to us. So to answer your question, no, I don't have them right now. I'm sorry. But you can get $100 off your Nova custom order using the coupon code on the swag desk. All right, last question.
Just another comment. Rosalind, if you're watching the recording, this is awesome. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, so this is going to be my ending. If we can get a huge round of applause for Rosalind and all of her work on Fedora Ready. Because between the team of me, her, and Joseph, like me and Joseph have been pontificating about this and talking about it for a long time, and it wasn't until Rosalind came in on her internship and did the hard work and talked with the vendors and built the criteria for this program. So honestly, none of this would have been possible without Rosalind. Thank you, Rosalind. And I think that's a great way to end this talk. So thank you all for joining and being a part of this. And I hope you take some of the things you've learned to go and spread the good word of the Fedora Ready program out there in your communities or on the internet. Thanks for being here and have a great rest of your flock. Rich Hughes? Rich Hughes, are you in the room? Rich Hughes. Fedora Atomic. I assume we're all here for Fedora Atomic for embedded systems. Has anyone seen Rich Hughes? Okay, let me go and do a little searching. Okay, so I have just been informed that Rich Hughes has never checked in for Flock. So it appears that this talk is not going to happen. So we have the big room here. We have 20 minutes approximately. We could do some lightning talks to make this time pass since we're a big room. And if you find Toshio and you make that pitch to him, then we can talk about having a dance party. But so with that, we don't have the original speaker. I could open up the floor for some lightning talks since we got this big room and we're being live streamed across the interwebs. So I'll leave no pressure, lightning talks, no slides. So I'll put it out there. 5 to 10 minutes is probably the ideal range for a lightning talk. But do we have any takers who want to take the floor and give a 5 to 10 minute rapport off their head? Okay, we have a taker. Thank you, Smira. Do you need power? Do you need to put something on the screen?
Yeah, if I can.
Is it possible? Is it a PowerPoint or is it like a demo?
It's a PowerPoint.
If it's a PowerPoint,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they
maybe it's probably easier just to do the HDMI for this. Is it okay instead of the preload? Okay.
Yeah, the HDMI is fine. I need to plug in my laptop as well.
We just have to change the input for you. Charger.
Is there?
I have a battery. No, you've got.
It's long enough to. I could.
Is there power? Yeah, power in the background of the TV. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That'll work. Do you need sound or just video? Okay. Here is your HDMI.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you. With 5?
All right, so let's give a quick round of applause for our first lightning speaker, Smira Goel.
Thank you. Okay. I will be honest, I am cheating a little bit because this is a lightning talk that I already had prepared. So, unfortunately, not for this conference, for another conference. I was like, that's fine, I can do that. Let's see. Okay, so there are like 3 screens. and I don't know which one I'm supposed to extend to. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice. Let's go. So for context, this was a talk I gave at Maintainer Summit at PyCon US 2 weeks ago. Hi, I'm a designer working in open source, which means that I spend half my time trying to find the door, and the other half wondering if it was ever meant for me. It's hard for maintainers to include designers in their projects if they don't know their challenges, and this is what I hope to fix in the next 5 minutes. Oh, I lost my mouse. Oh, nice, okay. I'm Smira. I work as a UX designer at QuantSight Labs. That's why these slides are branded. Usually I would do Fedora slides, but this is for PyCon. So I've been contributing to open source as a designer for 5 years now. I started with Fedora. Open source is amazing, but it's heavily skewed towards developers. For designers, it's like arriving at a party where everyone's already deep in a conversation, and you're holding a cheese board that no one really asked for. GitHub doesn't support our workflows. Issues are always code first, and when we show up, our work is often seen as optional sparkle. For designers, the biggest struggle is often not knowing where to begin. Most projects don't say we need design help. I will say, however, Fedora is very good at that. Like, we have a very good design team. A lot of people are already aware of what it means to ask for open source design help. So we are pretty good and set there. There's always room for improvement, but not a lot of communities or projects are like that. For designers, the biggest struggle is often not knowing where to begin. Most projects don't say that they need design help. There's no clear first issue, no tags, no guidance. So designers, they see a repo, they see a bunch of YAML files, and then they slowly back away. Documentation is also overwhelmingly technical and usually targeted towards developers and not designers. In fact, a lot of documentation doesn't even mention design at all. And designers are often brought in at the very end of the process when the core decisions are already made. That means that their role gets reduced to pixel polishing and not really true user experience improvements. There are also a lot of technical barriers. Setting up projects locally often requires developer-level tooling, and most designers aren't daily Git users. So if contributing means that you are debugging Docker on a Tuesday night, then you have already lost your designer. Even if a designer does get involved, recognition is scarce. Design contributions rarely get logged as merged pull requests. It's tough to measure or credit mockups, user tests, or UX improvements in the same way as code commits. So their efforts remain invisible. And the result is that designers give up because the system quietly tells them that they don't belong. And your project misses out on better UX, better usability, better accessibility. But here's the good news. Maintainers have enormous power to fix this. There are a lot of things that you can do to make it clear that design is welcome, and a little intentionality goes a long way. So maintainers can add design section to their docs with brand colors, UX goals, screenshots, or any other relevant details. Even if you don't have any of these, it helps to just say that, like, we don't have a style guide. It tells designers that it's not that they're missing something. The thing that they're looking for doesn't exist. And it also gives them a starting point. If you want design help, flag it. You can start by using tags like design or UX on GitHub. If you already do so, you might want to make those labels more specific. Design is a broad area, and you can be specific. Like, you can tag issues like accessibility help, visual design, UX, etc. Invite designers in when you're still framing the problem. You'll get better insights, fewer redos, and obviously more cohesive work. Finally, make design contributions visible. Add them as co-authors on commits. Shout them out in release notes. Use tools. There are some GitHub tools like All Contributors Bot that publicly acknowledge designers and other non-code contributors in project readmes. Recognition shows designers that their work matter equally. The reason that design is missing from a lot of projects is not malice, it's unfamiliarity. Most folks just haven't worked with designers before. How many of you have worked with a designer, not in open source, not in your workplace, but have worked with a designer? That's the, okay. And no, you can't do that. No, designers can't do that. And that's when Fedora already, I will say, has. No, but that doesn't count. If out of the 5 hands, 3 of the people are designers themselves. And that's when I will say that Fedora has a very extensive and a very prominent design team. So, wait, do I have 10 more minutes? Is that what you're saying, Louis? Okay.
One more lightning talk.
Okay.
And we have 15 minutes for this whole.
Okay, I need 1 more minute. Yeah. The reason design is missing is it's a lot of people don't know about design, and most folks just haven't worked with designers before. So they don't know when to bring us in, what we need, or even what we do. So it's not hostility, it's just a blind spot. And awareness changes things. So you don't need to become a designer. You don't need to change or overhaul your project overnight. You can get curious. You can Google, you can ask questions, you can invite someone in. So you're already doing it. You're listening to me talk about design. That's literally the first step. So you're listening, you're learning, you're already doing the thing. So if you take just one step today, label a design issue, mention design in your README, write down that you don't have a style guide yet. And because all of these things, they say that there's room for design here. Thank you. I took 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I know because I timed it. It's fine.
Awesome. Thank you, Samira. So we had one other hand raised here. Is there someone else that would like to queue up here? All right. So we're going to go. Where did Troy go? Troy, are you here? Then we can go to Dan first, and then we have Troy Dawson, and was there a third hand? All right, and we'll go with Timothy, and then that's it. Then we'll have coffee and break time. Can we just keep going? We could take the coffee in here. It's true. We have a 30-minute break after this, so we just keep going. If people want to keep going, I say we do it. Okay. Well, I will pass the floor here over to Mr. Dan Walsh. Round of applause for Dan.
So when I got on the plane to come here from the U.S., and I met Matt there he is, at the airport, and we actually flew on the same plane together, although he had better seats than me. Anyways, one of the things that came up is, I've been working on AI, and for those that saw the Ramalama talk earlier, Matt was saying, we have to have, we need a Fedora story around AI, or something, somehow, if you go to any conference, this is probably the only conference you can go to where it isn't 90% of the talks on AI. But Fedora, I want Fedora to be involved in AI. One of the things we've done, one of the interesting things, or one of the problems with AI right now is that everything has to be recompiled, right, for specific GPUs. So, there's an Intel compilation of certain tools. There's a NVIDIA, there's AMD, you'll hear terms like ROCm and CUDA, but basically they're usually hardware vendors. And what we're doing in the Ramalama project right now is we're taking container files and rebuilding the code on the fly for the specific GPUs. Most of the container files we're using for the Ramalama project right now are Fedora 42. Some of the, we allow people to contribute, especially the upstreams where we have no idea what the GPUs are doing. They're bringing their own thing. So one of the things I was thinking about is, and there is a project inside of Red Hat to have basically container files or image build type systems for AI that are fully compiled for specific hardware platforms. So one of the things that I just want to bring up as an idea would be, should we formalize this in Fedora and basically take, it's kind of extending what usually is Fedora, but basically, and AI right now is to have Fedora images, Fedora-based images that are kept up to date, that have pre-compiled versions of Llama CPP and potentially other model runtimes built specifically for different types of GPU and available to. And then we could take a project like Llama and have it just default to pulling the Fedora images, and then maybe the next step then would be to make those bootable images so that if you had a specific machine that is ready to run NVIDIA laptops, you just bootsy install the operating system on. It's just again, Matt triggered the thought in my head. It's like, okay, because distributions and AI don't really work well together at this point because the software cannot, has to be pre-compiled for specific GPUs. So anyways, I just wanted to bring it up as a lightning point, and I think I did less than 5 minutes, but it's something to think about going forward, and I think there are people here who might want to work on that. One key issue might be that some of these container files are pulling in badly licensed code that probably would not be appropriate for Fedora, but there are things we could look at. I think AMD ones are pretty good. The Intel ones are pretty good. I'm not sure about the CUDA libraries being sucked in and things like that. So anyways, that's it.
All right, thank you, Dan. So the next one, some of you may have seen some of these funky, fresh Linux Penguin shirts around Flock. And now you're going to hear a little bit more about these. Please give a hand for Troy Dawson.
I got slides.
All right.
I'm prepared. Yeah, some of you might have seen this if you were in Cork. It's been adapted. It'll be on the other side. This is one of those fun... Dongle. Dongle. What a fun name. Let's mirror. And hope it does right. Are you mirroring? Yes, you're mirroring. Okay. How much time do we got?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, good, because I like a time schedule so I can know how fast to talk. We'll give myself 5 minutes from now. Hello, I'm Troy Dawson. This is how to open source a shirt. How do you open source a shirt? I've been wearing Hawaiian shirts since I was very young. As you see here, I was 20 years old. I was wearing Hawaiian shirts, 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, and now I'm dating myself. And also, if you look at one of those, I did have hair at one point. Okay. I'd also like to do distributions. I've made Fermi Linux, Scientific Linux, Your Linux, which was, after 2 years, I had one user, so we sort of canned that. CentOS Stream now and Red Hat Enterprise Linux. You might notice the Your Linux symbol looks a little bit like what's on my shirt right now. The Linux Penguin is, this particular one is licensed under the Creative Commons Attributions version 3 and also version 4. I always wanted to put a Hawaiian shirt on it because I like Hawaiian shirts. And so I did when I was making Your Linux, and I made our logo that looks like this, and I gave it the exact same thing because A, legally, I think I have to, and B, because I want to. I really like open source. And then I created more of them, different designs, and then different colors of different designs because, you know, as we saw the designer things, that's just what you do. Now, my brother at this time was making Arizona shirts. They're sort of like Hawaiian shirts, but they got cactuses and roadrunners on them. And he says, hey, I'll make you a Hawaiian shirt out of your penguin. And his designer did that, and so they did this. And his person made me a shirt out of it, and it was cool, and it was purple, and I do not have it. Usually I would yank up a shirt like this and go, da-da-da, it's a purple shirt, but it's not that shirt. So then I took his design and I says, you know, I can make my own designs, so I can start making other shirts. I can make them like with stripes, and I can make them like this, and I don't have any of these on the sides. But I could license those other shoes, but I had a problem. Oops. License those other shoes, but I had a problem with the pink one there, or actually it was the purple one there, because his designer had designed it. So I went to his designer and I says, hey, can I buy that from you? And he says, yeah. He says, I do that all the time. He says, here, pay me this much money. And I paid him that much money, and then I owned it, and I could open source the license it. And I did put his name. It's in the attribution for these. These are all actually up on GitHub. Now, shirts, designs versus patterns. This is a design. This is a pattern. A pattern is what you use to cut things out, and it gives you that thing. So during the talk, if I get it mixed up, yell at me. But designs and patterns. Patterns are harder to open source because pattern software is terribly expensive. And so that's where I had a problem. It's like, I really want to open source this entire shirt, not just the design. And coding pattern software is really expensive, and it's mostly proprietary. At the time I started this, there was 2 open source ones. There's Valentina and Seamly. Seamly's just a fork of Valentina. They were both okay. I found out early on that I cannot do patterns. I am terrible at that. My mind cannot wrap around it. So what else can you do if you can't do patterns? Oh, wait, there's other ones since then that are actually more reasonably priced, but they're still expensive, but I still can't do patterns. Clo is one of them. It's a cool 3D thing that if you do the design, it shows up on a thing. I thought that would help. It didn't. Okay. Okay, so the third thing is just like my design, I can pay somebody to do it. And at the time, I was ignorant of the fashion industry, and I paid somebody to do it. It's expensive. Oh, let's stay on this slide. It's expensive. I'll let you know it cost me $2,000 to make a pattern for myself. You know, you can go down to the store, you can buy them for $10, $15, maybe even $20 for the expensive ones. Yeah, $2,000. But I could open source it, and I did open source it. It's up on my GitHub thing. And it also had all the gradients and all that stuff. So if you want a shirt pattern, the shirt pattern that I use these, you can go to my GitHub stuff. But I found a third thing after I'd done that, freesewing.org. Go there. It is a great place. I don't have time for lightning talk to do this because I'm already on 5 minutes. Go there. Support them. They are great. I then did a Kickstarter. It didn't work. Wait, I'm supposed to hold up the red shirt and then the pink shirt. I don't have either of those shirts. But let's go to the next one. Hold up the blue shirt. No, not. Anyway, after the Kickstarter failed, I says, hey, how about I just do it myself? And so I practiced and practiced until I felt right. This is an example. What am I saying? Every shirt I've been wearing today, this whole week has been an example of those. I also got a better sewing machine and all that. My wife was very kind in letting me invest in. Sewing machines can be expensive if you get them right. And now they're up on Etsy. Now I can hold up the red shirt. And I hold up the other red shirt, which is not this red shirt. But make sure you do samples of your fabric, because this red shirt and the red shirt that we originally had in our Kickstarters are 2 totally different colors, even though they have the exact same design sent to them. What else do I got? Oh, trademarks. What about trademarks? You guys have seen the Fedora shirts coming around. You saw me with the CentOS shirt. If I do not sell them, I can go ahead and make them. But if I have to sell them, then I got to get permissions. You got to get permissions from the trademark vendors. I do have permissions from Fedora. I do have permissions from OpenSUSE. I do not yet have permissions from the CentOS board, but I'm on the CentOS board, so I'm hoping that it doesn't take too long. In conclusion, I've done my best open source shirt. I've open sourced the designs. I've open sourced the patterns. I have links to buy fabrics. So if those of you want to make, there's 2 people here that want to make dresses out of this. Actually, one already has. You can buy the fabric. Thank you. I went over. Sorry about that. Sorry about going over.
No, you're perfect. Well, I'll say, why don't we have Timothy coming up here? The coffee break is officially starting, so if you want to go grab a coffee and come back for lightning talks, we've got at least 2 more, unless some other folks want to raise their hand before 4 when we're officially. Is this another hand here? All right, so we have about 3 folks up next. But if you do want to grab a coffee, and maybe 5 if we have time. So if you want to grab a quick coffee, you can go and do that. But we're about to have Timothy here in a second. You need power? Thank you, Troy. That was awesome.
I don't like to submit this talk for Fedora because it's like I'm selling my brand, but it's still fun.
It's open sourcing a shirt.
That's okay-ish, I guess.
You just need laptop power to change it.
Yeah.
This is a laptop power battery. USB-C. That'll work.
All right, check. Are we good to go? Justin? Let's go? Let's go for it. So, hey, hi everyone. I'm Timothée Ravier. I do core stuff and Atomic desktops in Fedora. And, but I'm going to talk in a way about both, but not at the same time and not directly related, but I'm going to talk about systemd system extensions. So it's a side project I've been doing for a while now, where instead of like layering packages or adding packages to the images, instead of like modifying the images, you bring out some sort of add-on, some sort of system extension to your image that has the software that you want to have on your system. So if you're a little bit familiar with Fedora CoreOS or Fedora desktops, you know that those are image-based systems and that they come ready-made with a set of software. But let's say I want to add Vim or I want to add something else, Tmux, that is not pre-installed in the image, then it takes a little bit more trouble to get these things installed, etc., etc. With these systemd system extensions, we essentially sidestep all of those problems. We put the content of those programs inside of a single partition HeroFS disk image, and we put that on top of the rest of the system, on top /user. And so I've been building a good bunch of those for a few months now, and publishing them for images, and for multiple versions of Fedora, and they work fairly well. So yeah, it's not official yet, which is why there's like this huge scary warning at the top here that this is all experimental. It may eat your data, and that's like for real, because it will layer stuff on stuff of /user. So if you layer bad binaries, you will run bad stuff. It's like there's essentially no, right now there's no checks or anything. If you make a bad system extension, you will get a broken system. That's like kind of the downside, and the plus side of it is like it's extremely powerful, but at the same time it's extremely dangerous. So you need to kind of make sure you trust the person giving you the sysext. Here, me. And yeah, that's about it. Do check them out. They work really well for, say, cluster use. So for the Atomic desktops, they work really well. I'm using a ton of them right now. For CoreOS, they work really well as well. If you want to use Kubernetes, for example, on top of Fedora CoreOS, it works really well. And yeah, plenty of cases. All right.
So these are some slides from a completely different conference, but still relevant. I'm just going to talk for a few minutes about what Fedora CoreOS is, because I'm sure plenty of people have never even tried it, and that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of things I really don't have time to do too. But, you know, if you're interested, you'll know a little bit more about it here in just a second. So Fedora CoreOS, some of the history there is that it came from something that used to exist in Fedora called Atomic Host, and then Container Linux, which was produced by a company called CoreOS, and then Red Hat bought CoreOS, the company, and we were like, we've got two things that are kind of similar. So those two teams came together, and essentially what we created out of that was Fedora CoreOS, and it's now a top-level Fedora edition. So if you go to the website, you'll see it on the page at the front, and on the download page, it's at the equal level as cloud server and all the rest. The components of Fedora CoreOS, I'll skip over this slide and go straight to the one that I think is the most compelling, which is that we have automatic updates, and we try really hard not to break you as part of the automatic updates. And we only do releases every 2 weeks, so it's not like you automatically update and your server reboots every night. So we try to, bake in some bake time for releases and also make sure everything's good before we ship it. So that's the biggest feature that I think is compelling to people. If you've ever had, things at home or servers in your data center, one big part of, our industry is keeping things up to date, applying new patches, CVEs, things like that. This kind of takes that component out of it, at least for things that aren't like critical CVEs. Your systems are up to date pretty much all the time. And how do we do this? So we have something called an update graph. So like, let's say you put your system in storage for 6 months. You're moving to a new data center, or you move to a new house. What do you do when that system turns on? Do you just update to the latest stuff? What if there's things that happen in between, right? What if we actually release something bad, and we want to make sure people don't end up on that version somehow? So we have something called an update graph, and if you zoom in on the update graph, it's basically any starting point for any version that we've ever released. We know a safe path to get you to the latest version, right? So let's say you have a Fedora 36 CoreOS machine. It's been a long time since that machine got turned on, right? And we've done some migrations since then. We're actually using OCI, like an OCI registry for updates now, and not OS tree anymore, right? If your system just tried to go straight to the latest thing, it wouldn't know about that, right? We run migrations in some of these different update hops. We call them barriers. We require you to go through a barrier to go to the next set of releases. So the update graph helps us keep the automatic updates working for a long time for people. And every time we do a release, we actually go back to the earliest versions of CoreOS and run tests to make sure it will upgrade all the way to the latest version. So that's something that's kind of cool. If you stay up to date all the time, if your system's always running and it stays up to date, this is less interesting to you. But we also do have a feature in this update graph that means if we release something bad, we're going to stop that rollout and mark it as a dead end, like if it was bad enough. So, maybe we can't recover your system, but you'll know about it, right? The one thing that helps us do the automatic updates too is we have ownership over keeping things stable, but the community has ownership as well. And the way we do this is through something called update streams. So it's kind of like a rolling release, Fedora CoreOS is, and we have 3 streams: stable, testing, and next. And the way it works is next is like preview content of things that are coming. And the best example of this is when Fedora 2 beta shipped, our next stream got moved to Fedora 42 at that time, right? So if you're on the next stream, you are already previewing what's coming in the next release of Fedora. And sometimes we'll do things in next that are, experimental or things that we want to try out on a smaller user base before we move them into the more, the other streams. But that one's kind of experimental content. Testing is exactly what is going to be released in the stable stream in a few weeks' time, right? So testing is the opportunity for people to run what's going to happen in 2 weeks and let us know what breaks, right? And then stable is the most stable content. It's the thing that was released, 2 weeks ago. And if you come to us at that point and you say, well, this broke everything, we're going to say, do you have anything running on the testing stream, right? This is exactly what we told you was going to come to you 2 weeks ago, right? So it's ownership by the people who are building CoreOS and ownership by the community of users as well to let us know when things are going to break. So this is more of that, what I just said, blah, blah, blah. This is the final slide I'll mention, but how do we do these reliable updates? Well, we have a build pipeline that builds things and tests them. And if any of the tests fail, we actually don't even upload the build artifacts, right? So like nobody can go grab those artifacts. There's no way we're going to ship something that doesn't pass our tests. And usually when things do break, like that got through, we try to add a test for it, right, with real world user scenarios. So that's the biggest thing. There's a few other things, but I think I'm out of time, so yeah.
Thank you, Dusty.
Yep. There's Timothy. Timothy, do you want me to unplug this?
Yeah, I think we're set here.
Timothy?
Do you have slides that you want to load?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. You have HDMI? Awesome. Do you... This is your power?
That's mine power.
I don't need power, I just need to plug into this guy. Sorry? No. No. Do I start or do I wait?
Say, go ahead and go for it. We're going to be 5 minutes on the clock, starting now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Marta. I'm on the bootloader team at Red Hat. I'm also the PO now. And this is a talk, this is going to be a very condensed version of a talk I gave at FOSDEM about Nimble, No More Bootloader, which is the new, like our new concept that we're sort of working on in our spare time. So what is Nimble? Nimble is basically an idea. It's a lot of different things that we already have in Fedora or in any Linux OS. And we want to put together a whole bunch of ideas that we already have, that are already working, and to create a bootloader out of that. And then that's what Nimble would be. So we have a lot of different, we have like the FE stub that we get from from systemd. We want to use the grub emu that we get from grub to have a menu. We want to have a unified kernel image. So the kernel and the command line, the initRD, all packed up with the FE stub that we can load with shim. We have to generate this somehow, so we need an initramfs generator. We do want to use secure boot, so as I mentioned shim already, we're going to be using secure boot. We're using FE variables. So far what we've got is only for UEFI. So I mentioned the UKI, the unified kernel image. It's basically, as I said, it's the kernel command line, the initramfs, the FE stub. The whole thing becomes one file. It can be signed for secure boot, and that's basically what Nimble is. We've got two variants of it. One of them looks like this, the switch root case, so that basically Nimble would be built out of the kernel that you want to run. So you basically launch it, and you just have to switch into it, and you're there. Basically, it's a very quick sort of like cloud scheme. Otherwise, we have also a kexec version where we have the grubemu running, and you can switch into another kernel. So you would see a menu, it would look like the grub menu, and you could choose whatever kernel that you're interested in. Why are we working on this? Well, most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with bootloaders that we use normally. Grub is usually the one that most people use, that most distros use. Grub is great. It does lots and lots of stuff. It's basically like a mini operating system in and of itself. It's got lots and lots of features, and that's wonderful, but it means that everything has to be developed twice. Whatever happens in the kernel, whatever we already have, whatever support we want, you have to implement it again in Grub. You necessarily, so what we want to do is we want to deliver features more quickly. We want to decrease the maintenance burden by only having to do stuff once. You don't have to repeat it. If it's already in the kernel, it's already in the kernel. You fix it in the kernel and it's fixed. We also want to increase security and security scrutiny. One of them is to sort of to hide the initRD, to have it in already as part of the secure boot, already in the file, so that it's not exposed. But also, there aren't that many Grub developers, there aren't that many bootloader developers, there are a lot more kernel developers, and so there's much more scrutiny of security in this bigger kernel community. We think it might decrease boot time, especially for the switch root case. It should help you to boot more quickly. I already mentioned Grub. To replace Grub. Like I said, Grub is great, and we work hard on Grub, but we have lots and lots of bugs and lots of CVEs in Grub, and it would be great if we could just not have to worry about all that stuff. So what about the command line? I'm just going to mention this very quickly. We're working on something. It's not in Nimble yet, what we call the shim hive. It's sort of stolen from Windows. It's like a registry hive that we would have key value pairs, and so that each different command line pair would be an individual entry for FE, and then the user could have command over the command line themselves, could add to the command line, and all of this would still be signed, and it would still work with secure boot. Fallback, of course, is very important as well. So as I mentioned, so far that we're developing this for FE, so the idea is that you would have when you would install a new entry, it would be set to boot next. It wouldn't go into the boot order, but it would be set to boot next, and you would try to boot into that. If you boot successfully, then it comes into the boot order. And if it doesn't boot successfully, then you have the fallback, you have the natural fallback that you get from UEFI, and so you're able to boot, and everything is great, and everyone is happy. So yes, and that's that. So I know you're all asking, how do I try this out? And this is the actual reason that I came up here, because I've given this talk before. But what I would really like is that if people could try it, and if anybody's interested, it's on Copper now. I saw Pavel here somewhere. Thank you so much for all of your help helping me to package this and to get this working. This is on Copper. I'm building it right now for all the Fedoras that are available for Apple and for CentOS and Apple. So it's available on x86, UEFI, on AArch. You can try it, you can install it. It's very easy. You just install Nimble, and then you can use EFI Boot Manager to set it to boot next and see if it boots for you and see if it works for you, and give me your feedback. Tell me what's missing. Tell me what you didn't like. That's what we want. We really want feedback. We really want to find out from people. If you like it, if you think it's a good idea, if you think it's a stupid idea, any feedback is better than nothing. These are the people that are working on this. It's not really me. It's a lot of other people who have worked on it and who are continuing to work on it. And if you need more information, it's here. But mostly, please, on Copper, please check it out on Copper and let me know. And that's it. I'm done. Thank you. Yes.
I know in the names of many of the people on that list.
Yes.
You said this is something that you do in your spare time. Where is the spare time coming from? Is there
Well, that is the problem. This thing is actually, it's a long time coming. We've been working on it for a long time because nobody has any time to spare, basically. So the idea came actually already a number of years ago, and then because we mostly have to work on Grub, and because we have mostly Grub, let's say, it's very slow. Progress is very slow, but I think we're at the point where hopefully, we can get some testing and we can get some more people involved, and maybe if we get more people and we get more enthusiasm, then it'll keep rolling that way. Yeah. So.
All right. I think Alexander, you will be our next one. And then who was the person who came up to me for the last one? And excellent. What's your name? Negro. So we'll have you, and then you'll be our last one before we're back onto the normal track here.
Let's see if I get something. Okay, this is going to be a demo, not a live demo. It's a recording. I have a longer presentation, but it wouldn't fit even in 5 sessions like this. So this is something that we are working to get rid of all insecure communication in the in the standalone computer case. So when you're using your laptop to connect to your friend's laptop, typically you will most likely use SMB protocol there. And it will use something that is called NTLM, and that thing is basically insecure for today's standards. It's easily interceptable and crackable using even GPUs in these laptops in matter of minutes. So people can recover your passwords. What we are working on is basically replacing all these insecure methods by something better, which we already use for more than 30 years, or maybe 40 years. And that's a strange thing called Kerberos. So we are trying to get Kerberos on every single machine and run it in a such way that it's spawned on demand and is not visible outside of that machine. So basically run Kerberos over Unix domain socket and use as internal service for authentication on that machine. But in order to get authentication working across the network, we need help from applications. So applications serve as a tunnel to deliver our Kerberos exchange there. There are more technical details there. The whole idea that you can use Kerberos inside a tunnel of application stems back to 1997 when MIT guys did this for their own experiments, and then Apple actually picked it up 10 years later for their services. In 2019, Apple decided to close down that venture because nobody else was using it. And in 2023, Microsoft decided they finally want to kill NTLM by using exactly the same Kerberos feature. And they are one of the biggest providers of Kerberos for enterprise, Active Directory, blah, blah, blah. But they want this to work in standalone case. So they announced it last year that there will be like Kerberos everywhere on the standalone machine and in the enterprise, and they still haven't released it. It's released but disabled because matters. So I have 2 minutes video that how it works on Fedora 42. I'm not sure whether it's readable or not. So this is 2 machines, 2 VMs, or actually 2 Podman containers. We'll log in into one of them with the password, but in fact, it's SSSD authenticating you using Kerberos, and that Kerberos comes from the same machine. So you can actually track this by looking at the tickets we have and notice that the communication was actually sent over Unix domain socket. This allows us to do a lot of stuff. We can use the Kerberos ticket as a replacement for passwords in PAM services. We do this regularly in Active Directory environment and in Samba, so I can do just sudo because my ticket is accepted, and I can indeed see that the service is running and I get some Kerberos tickets. But I can also talk to the local Samba using this Kerberos thing. I have a Samba running on this same machine. So I just logged in, get the dir of my share, and can see that it's there. I can also see that I obtained the Kerberos ticket, the // for that machine. So I can also check, because I can do root, I can check the audit logs from somebody that show that I actually authenticated using some variant of Kerberos. This is IACurb authentication. Okay. Now I can do the same against other machines. So I have a second machine where I have to type a password, but I wouldn't be using NTLM now to authenticate to that machine. And we don't specify any Kerberos realm, so you don't know and don't need to enter this long local KDC some hash thingy. And we can actually verify that we can do indeed use IACurb there. So this is what it shows us there. And you can see that the IP addresses of the client and server are different. More to that, in most cases, the Kerberos is kind of cursed that it needs DNS or properly working DNS, and we got this working with just IP addresses as well. And this is coming to Fedora later this year, hopefully. It's all in the copper wrapper that we have, and you can try Fedora free APA-local-tests wrapper that has this demo. This demo is totally automated. Thank you.
All right, and then our last lightning talk before we get back to the regular schedule. While you're getting set up, just a quick thanks for all of our speakers that jumped in and helped fill this hour. This was really fun. Thanks for hanging out with us and making the most of this missed speaker presentation. So with that, I will pass over to our last lightning speaker.
All right. I'm going to be bold and be at a Fedora conference and talk about a different Linux distro. So I come from the KDE corner of the world, and for a while we've been working on our own Linux distribution called creatively KDE Linux. So why am I telling you this, and what does this mean for Fedora? So let's have a quick look at KDE Linux. It's so young we don't even have a proper website yet, just a wiki page with some design decisions and informations. So let's have a very quick look at our goals. We want to be the KDE operating system, whatever that means. Particularly, it means we want something that we as KDE can be confident in saying, this is the KDE experience how we intend it to be. We want it to be user-friendly and of high-quality UX, much like Fedora wants to be. It shouldn't break, or when it breaks, it should be easy to recover. Part of how we want to achieve that is by being an immutable or atomic distribution, much like Kinoite, for example, or let's be honest, it's all the rage right now with various distributions. The way it will be implemented will be technically a bit different to Kinoite, but the concepts are much the same. And in particular, we also want the developers not to need much packaging knowledge to be able to develop it, because we've learned over time that upstream developers don't really want to care that much about packaging, and they should be able to influence the distribution as easily as possible without having to have a lot of packaging knowledge. So that's probably where it differs most to how Fedora works right now. And long story short, we want to exercise the code path for containerized apps like Flatpak, first and foremost, and generally immutable distributions. And that's the part that's most interesting to Fedora and the community as a whole, because the way we want it to work is to push as much of that upstream and don't have it as secret sauce in the KDE Linux distribution, but upstream capability in KDE software, so that distros like Kinoite, Fedora KDE, and all the others can equally benefit from that. And it gives us a good opportunity for us as KDE to look at the bigger picture of shipping a Linux-based operating system that goes a bit beyond just looking at a desktop environment. And we plan to do a lot of bigger picture improvements in the usability that ultimately will also benefit downstream consumers like Fedora. So what does that mean for Fedora? Well, I just told you about a bunch of benefits, and I expect this to be a friendly competition about who can deliver the best KDE experience, whether it's KDE Linux or Fedora KDE. And we as KDE will very much be still working with and keeping the good relationship we have with Fedora and the Fedora KDE SIG. So thank you.
with that, that concludes our lightning talks. So now I'm going to pass it back to our session chair, Louis, to run the show. And we have our next speaker, Greg, coming on up.
Okay. No, that's fine. Leave it down there. We want this, I think. Is this going to work? Hey, fantastic. Okay. So, I'm going to pick a dangerous topic to bring up at Flock. Because I did this 2 years ago, and that went very interestingly. But it's 2 years on, right? So this should be safe. So I want to talk to you about discourse. Hi, my name is Greg. I have been hanging around open source for a long time. Less of a long time in Fedora, but I joined CLE this year. And I am a huge fan of discourse. I will put that out there right now. I consider my job to be to convince you that it's also awesome and we should use it. To that end, I want to know what you want to know about discourse. How can I help solve people's problems, show you cool things that it can do, talk about workflows. I don't know what you don't know or what you want to know, so I made this an AMA. So I have no idea what we're going to talk about. I have no content, no slides. You can see I'm using a browser. So here's how we're going to do this. So I have got advanced technology. This is an Etherpad. I have preceded this with some topics, which we can do a show of hands for. If you don't see something you'd like to talk about on here, I'll ask for a shout out in a minute. But just by a quick show of hands, who thinks I should talk about email workflows, people from mailing lists wanting to know how to do this better? Okay, I got about, I'm going to round that up to 10 people. I'm going to be kind to you. All right, so we've got 10 people for that. What about just interesting tips and tricks, cool things that it can do? I definitely want to tell you about bookmarks, because everyone should know about discourse bookmarks. I don't want to know some cool tricks, okay? That's slightly more, I think. Again, I'm rounding up. I'm going to say 15 for that one. Okay, interesting plugins that we could add to Fedora or that we might already have enabled in Fedora. There are quite a lot of things discourse can do that are not enabled by default. I recently joined in on a proposal to use the events plugin, which is superb. I got one hand up for that, too. Okay, now let's say that's 5. Okay, and finally, I think this one is relevant to all of us, even if we know what we're doing. Getting started with discourse. What are your initial steps? What things can you do to make your journey a little easier? Yep. Yeah, we got a few hands for that. So that's also a 5. Is there any other topics? I'm literally going to give this 1 minute because we only have 25. Brendan? Chat function. Okay, chat functions. Cool. Anyone else? Yes, Robert?
How do I know what's the right tag for what?
Tags. Okay. Yes. That's basically you don't. But then that's true of other things. Like how do I know which mailing list to post something on is the same problem. So, you know. Akash?
Does badges come into the industry plugins?
Yes and no. Badges are a part of the core discourse, so it's not a plugin, but we could definitely talk about it. Okay, let's see how we go with this. So I'll go roughly in order. So I'll start with tips and tricks, but I'll keep it light because we have a lot of topics here, and I have got not that much more time. So the first thing I want to introduce you to with the discourse UI. Now, the first thing is I still have no idea why Matthew won't let us use the sidebar properly for Fedora discourse because I think it's much better, but not now.
Because how I have it arranged there, this left column there is
Yeah.
completely redundant with it, and so it requires a full redesign of the
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we should talk about that. Anyway, but just for comparison, guys, so that we know what we're talking about. Yeah, this is what. Thank you, Matthew. so this is what it can look like with the sidebar. I personally feel that's more discoverable, but you're right, reorganization needed. So let me tell you about bookmarks because they are badly named but incredibly awesome. How many times have you seen a topic in discourse, a platform designed for slower communication, for asynchronous communication, to take your time and think about things? How many times have you seen a topic and said, I need to reply to that, but I need to think about it? Right? That happens to me all the time. So you go into any topic. I have literally picked the first topic that's on Fedora project right now. And the other thing we could talk about is keyboard shortcuts, right? So there is a button down here, bookmark. You can also just press B, which I will do. It's not a bookmark, it's a reminder system. And so if you do that and you say, hey, I'm gonna come back to this on Monday, I absolutely wanna know about this on Monday, and I'll have had time to think about it, it will send you a notification on Monday to say, hey, you wanted to go and talk about that thing. That alone is a super hidden feature that I think more people should know about, because it reminds you that you can say, okay, this one I can think about today, I'm already working on that thing, I just need to do an update when I've made a few changes. This one needs some careful thought, I wanna reply to it next week. This one I never want to see again. It's fine. That is a really, really, really useful thing. So what else? Keyboard shortcuts. If you don't know, Discourse put a lot of work a couple of years ago into accessibility. So you have a full list of keyboard shortcuts, and indeed, if you are a person who needs accessibility or really, really cares about this, and you find something that is not accessible in Discourse, they want to know. I know they want to know because I've had conversations with them about it. So you can do pretty much anything with just the keyboard. So you can go to the topic list with GT, very Vim if you ask me. You can compose a new topic and so on. It should all work without being driven by the mouse, which is good to know. Robert.
How do I open that?
Question mark. And type question mark. I believe it's very hard to see with the dark theme, but I think it also shows up down the bottom somewhere. Oh, that's part of the sidebar. So if I go to the Ansible one, and go way down. Oh, well, it used to be down here. Oh, it's the footer banner. That's what's doing it. There we go. Look, so you can also click on that down there. So that's keyboard shortcuts. Super useful. What other tips and tricks do I know about Discourse? There's a lot of cool moderator stuff you can do, but that only applies to moderators. So if you want to know moderator stuff, you can come talk to me afterwards. Tags. No, I'm going to skip from that. We've got limited time. So let's talk about email workflows. That was the next one. There is a ton more we can do, but a lot of the tips and tricks depend upon your particular workflow, right? So if you don't use things a certain way, that tip is of no use to you. So I won't try and bore everybody with very specific things. But if you have a particular thing you're stuck on, come find me and we'll talk about it, right? So email workflows. You may not know that Discourse is a Ruby on Rails application, and it happens to use the exact same Ruby libraries that GitHub does for its emails. So those emails you get from GitHub whenever you have a pull request updated, it's doing the same thing. So it generates a custom reply to address for you specifically, and it has a pile of headers in it. So if you're an email-based person, you should be able to, and again, this is the sort of thing that CDCK, who make Discourse, would love to know if it doesn't work for you. I will put a caveat in here in a minute, because I know what certain people are going to say. You should be able to find list headers. This is not my laptop, and thank you, Akash, so I can't show you my email client. But there are list headers for the categories, for the tags, for the site. You should be able to filter anything you need to filter into a given folder in your email client, and every email has a custom reply to address, so it will go to the right place in the forum. The only thing you would not be able to do by email is JavaScript-y things like polls. Right? That is the only thing that doesn't work. It even supports the same things that GitHub does around, say, replying with just a +1 in the body, which turns into a like on the post you're replying to. So you can pretty much drive it entirely from email if you want to. If you do, one little thing that people don't necessarily know about the UI is, now where can I show you this? Actually, I know exactly where I can show you this. If a person responds by email, the UI does tell you, so that you, as a UI user, know that perhaps that person may have had a slightly different experience of what's going on. So in Ansible, so I used to work in Ansible, that's why I'm using this one. We imported all of our Google groups. You can see there's this little folder here. It's very hidden, but if you see that, then you know someone's replied by email, and just be aware, right, that they might have seen a slightly different formatted version of your message. It's good to know. It's also good to know that threading exists in Discourse. I'm going to see if I can find an example, but this is what you get for not having your own laptop. So if I go and find something that's got at least a fair number of replies in it, if you ever reply to somebody else, now let's see if this one actually works, because I'm guessing here, right? There is a way to filter, basically. You can say, this was in reply to one further up, only show me the ones in that tree, just like you would in your email client, where you say, okay, this thing has gone into 3, 4, 5 different branches, and I'm just going to look at this branch right now. You can actually do that in the Discourse UI. Sadly, I am struggling. This one is not such an example. You generally have to find something that's got a ridiculous number of replies on it, because then it will generally have what you're looking for. But I'm not going to waste our time looking for that. it is possible to filter. It is possible to get everything you want into your email client, pretty much. The one thing we don't have enabled on FPO, and we don't have it enabled on Ansible either, we do have it enabled on some other communities I've worked with. You can start topics by email in Discourse and use it truly like a mailing list. However, that has a risk. And it's the same risk that mailing lists have, and that is of impersonation. If I change the 2 headers on my email client to send on behalf of somebody else, it's going to think I'm that person, right? And Discourse can't protect against that if you enable that feature, because it's the same thing. You create, I don't know, project discussions at discussion.fpo. I can set my 2 headers to be whatever I want, right? And I can pretend to be somebody else. The minute you start replying to something, you've got a dedicated reply to address, and you can't fake it. So that is disabled by default. But you can actually get a full mailing list experience that way. I would argue we don't actually need it, and I don't think we should enable it in FPO. The impersonation thing is really, really nasty. But it is there. It does exist. Okay, how am I doing for time? We've still got another 10 minutes, I think, or so. Let's go and pick another topic. Does anyone, sorry, I'm going to pause there. Email workflows for people who really like email is super important. Is there any question I'm not answering there by going super fast that people would like me to cover? Yes? So that's a very good question. So the question was, can I get a list of new topics? The answer is no, but. So this is about another thing I wanted to cover, and it kind of also blends into tips and tricks and also into onboarding, how to configure your notifications, right? So I am logged in as me. Let's, well, not on, let's do it on FPO. So if I go here and I go to my preferences, there is a couple of things I can do. So first of all, we have this one here. So this setting is the one that people don't know exists, and they really should, particularly if you like email. So what this does by default, this is the site default, and it's also the default when you create a new Discourse instance. It says, only email me if I haven't been seen recently, which is a super subtle kind of thing, right? What it actually means is if you haven't interacted with Discourse in the last 10 minutes, and that could just be I've left a tab open on my desktop and gone for lunch, right? That would still count as interaction because your browser is still communicating with the server. If you haven't been seen for 10 minutes, then it will start emailing you, right? But if you like email and you want to receive all the email, not all the email, obviously, it's a big site, but the ones that are relevant to you, you want to change this to always, right? That's super important because then you genuinely do get all the email. The second thing you then need to configure is what to follow, which is under tracking. So I have only a few things tracked. These are complex UI nightmares to try and get right, but essentially what you're saying here is these are the categories and these are the tags that I want to be emailed about. And you have the choice to answer your question directly. If you come here and use watching first post, that it will tell you the first post in every topic, right? So that's basically what you're asking for. That's how you get the list of new topics. And then, obviously, you can, if you reply to that by email, Discourse will automatically set that to being tracked, and that's what this one is here. So then you track that specific topic, and you'll get all the replies to it. If you don't, you won't. And then, of course, for the things you're directly involved in, you probably want to put it on watched, and then you get literally everything. Matthew.
My top tip about this, I think it is tempting as a new user to say, okay, let me find all the things I'm interested in and watch them. Do not do that.
No, don't do that.
Because notifications are a...
Yes.
You want to minimize notifications, you only get the ones you want. So you might want to watch a tag you really care about. You almost never want to watch a category. And you probably want to...
Right, so to repeat that, because you don't have a microphone, don't watch all the things. It's very tempting. It is a fire hose. You don't want to do that. It's part of the parcel of the way we've got Fedora set up, and I copied this for Ansible because I like it. What we have done is say, so CDCK, who make Discourse, have a phrase in their documentation that says, categories are like walls. Too many makes a maze, not enough, you can't build a house. 4 to 6 in the middle, perfect. And so that is something I think is true. It's what Fedora did, and then used tags to go orthogonal to that, and I thought that was a really good model. I did the same thing in Ansible. But it does mean the categories are fire hoses. So I've done exactly this. I'm watching news and announcements. I am watching some first posts in infrastructure, because I'm in the infrastructure team. I have muted a bunch of stuff, which I think is by default, actually. I don't remember doing that. It's enough, right? And then but I do use the UI, so I didn't change my email default, right? So this is a good thing to go and look at as a new user. You can also Watch out for this one as well, automatically track topics. This is a discussion I had with someone in the hall this morning. They didn't want things to mark as tracked because they don't want to get emails about it unless they're absolutely certain. So you can turn this off if you change it to never, and then even if you're in the UI reading something, it won't automatically add it to the things you should get emailed about. So managing notifications is a really interesting topic because some people really want to see lots of things and some people really, really don't. And it turns out it is possible, but you have to know that it's there in the UI, right? Time. Probably 5 minutes left? Oh, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any more on email? Anyone? Yes.
Somehow in Copper, I'm not sure if you know, people are opening new threads in our UI, and it appears somewhere. It's the discussions there kind of disconnected from the owners of those Copper projects. And people that are owning or maintaining the Copper repository are not aware of those discussions.
Okay. So the question is about integration between Copper and Discourse and having things automatically created. The answer to your question, is there a way to link the two, is probably. We'd have to look. Discourse is, it's fully open source, has a really good API. One example, and it's a really trivial example compared. Oh, it is linked. Okay, I can do that. Let's go up here. So yeah, muted categories. Yep. It's just the touchpad doesn't line my fingers. So yeah, it looks like we have a lot of different users here. I'm not going to go too far into it. Broadly speaking, yes. The API is actually pretty darn good. One of the things I did in Ansible was to build an event system that pulls from Meetup. So we have a bot that crawls meetup.com twice a week and pulls up any Ansible events and puts them into the events category of the forum, which is pretty fun, but can't solve that problem because the Meetup bot posts them, unfortunately. It's like there's no link between Meetups and avatars, right? The API is great, though, and it's very, very trivial to write. Like, we could talk about badges as well, because I borrowed some of Matthew's code to build the badge system for Ansible. But it works exactly the same way as Fedora's does, right? You scan a QR code, but you get the badge on Discourse. Okay, so I think we've exhausted email as a topic. What else do we have? Interesting plugins, yes, okay. Let's talk about a few plugins. So the first one, I've already mentioned it, is events. So this is the Ansible community event calendar. And we send everybody here to say what's going on in the community. You can see we've got working groups, we've got DevConf coming up. Unsurprisingly, Ansible is represented there. And these red ones are the ones that are coming from meetup.com. You can see my bot is posting those. We get the dates. We can go in and have a look at one of these. We can see where it is, who's going, how to get involved. That's all been pulled from Meetup. If I go and pick at something that's not from Meetup, then we can go here. So my old colleague Don has created this one, and sadly, I'm not going to DevConf, unfortunately. So I really like this plugin. I think it's super useful. I posted about this in our discourse a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot of value in being able to do this. It can support recurrence. It can support one-off stuff. You could, in theory, even use it for things like event lists. So, for example, if you're hosting a meetup, quite often the company that is letting you use their offices for your meetup wants an attendance list for the front door entry, right? So, well, here's your attendance list, right? You can just go here and say, give me a list of participants, and I can take that down to the door, and we're good. You don't need Eventbrite for your free events if you're using things like this. That's a cool plugin. I can't say much more about it. I mean, it's pretty self-evident, right? You create the event, you get a calendar for free here. You can have multiple calendars per category if that makes sense in your community, which I'm not sure for Fedora that it would. But if you do that, then you also end up with a full calendar that pulls everything together. We experimented with having a separate calendar for CFPs so we could track when they were ending, but I don't think anyone populated it very well. I'm going to get rid of that. Banners also very cool. So what other cool plugins would I show you? I'll tell you one that I'll show you that's technically only available to admins, but if the admins choose to then pass on the results to other people, so this is one for Robert. There is Data Explorer. So you get to do a full SQL interface to Discourse if you want it. Now only admins can access this, but I think I still have this. So here's a good one. So Active Polls has Here we go. Very well-named group here. You can grant a query to a group, and then that group is available via the API, so you can use it to integrate into other systems, and you can use it to give to other groups, such as, say, moderators, so they can run a report on their part of the forum or their part of the community, right? There is a ton of fun things you can do here. Ultimately, Discourse is just a Postgres database, so you can run a lot of stuff against this. That is a very, very useful plugin. Since I happen to be logged into the admin account here, you might not also know that Discourse gives you a ton of metrics and reports, which only the admins can see. So again, if you have questions about how the community is doing, or you want to maybe look into something in more detail, we can know quite a lot about what's going on. So that's quite useful. I'm just going to have a quick look at other things that are in here. So, I mean, there's all the usual ones like Akismet and so on, which is boring. What else do I want to talk about? OAuth is great. I've been playing with passkeys recently, which is super fun. But really boring to talk about, so we'll not do that. I think Solved is a good one as well. I don't know, are we using Solved? I don't think we are. Is it on the ASCII? Yes, yeah, I've been mostly looking at infrastructure, so you'll be familiar with this one then. But again, very, very useful. Reactions I know we use, post-voting, blah, blah, blah. So let's not spend too much time on that one. Who knows how trust levels work? Who's aware of Discourse trust levels? So they are probably more cool than you realize. Because they're automated, right? And so if you show up in a Discourse forum, any Discourse forum, you start at trust level 0. That is a spam protection policy, because you cannot do things like post images or more than 2 links, and generally you're limited in lots of other ways. It takes, by my estimation, 10 minutes of work to get from trust level 0 to trust level 1.
I wrote a long post about this on our Discourse.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely they should, because I stole it and put it on the Ansible one as well, with credit. And Discourse themselves have some great resources on this as well. But the thing to realize is that you can get all the way up to trust level 2 and never lose it. Trust level 2 is never taken away unless the moderator does it to you. Trust level 3 you can lose. Trust level 3 is based on your recent activity in the last 100 days. So if that is important to you, if there are powers granted to you, for example, in the Ansible forum, you cannot create an event unless you are at least trust level 2, because we don't want people spamming events there, right? But the people who are trust level 2, but the name gives it away, we trust them, right? So we let them do it, and that's a good way of democratizing access to things without somebody specifically having to choose to go out there and say, no, you're a good person and I know you, because that doesn't scale, right? Whereas tying it to the trust levels does. Okay, we have a couple of minutes left. Someone wanted to talk about chat. And tags, I don't think I can answer your question, Robert. The problem with that is it's just a knowledge-based problem, right? You need to go look at the tags. I will say that one thing I like about the Fedora setup is the, do you have tag sidebars set up? I think you do. Yeah. Nobody uses them, right? But it's really annoying to the only one I know for sure works is Mindshare. So theoretically, you can do this kind of thing and put a sidebar and tell you what the tag's about, right? Yeah, it's awful. But you can technically do it, and nobody's actually going to do it. But it would help, but we're not going to configure that. So someone asked about chat. Who asked about chat? Brendan asked about chat. So that is an interesting thing. Discourse has live chat, right? Real-time chat. It is entirely in the UI, written in JavaScript, stores its stuff in the database along with everything else. It is only going to work if everyone uses the UI, which clearly not everyone does. There was experimental work to hook it into Matrix some years ago, and that is, I believe, still workable, but nobody from either Matrix or Discourse, as far as I know, has worked on it in well over a year. I would love to see that happen, both with the fact that I'm a huge Discourse fanboy and I'm part of the Matrix community as well. I think that would be amazing. But as far as I know, nobody's working on it, unfortunately. Is there anything more specific you wanted to know? Sure. So they've done a lot of work on their chat plugin over the last year or so. I saw new features literally in the last couple of weeks, which are like creating temporary channels for events as part of the events plugin and things like that. It's pretty nice, but it only works if everyone's in the UI.
One cool thing is you can move things from posts to chat and back.
Yeah, that is super cool. The ability to move things between chat and posts is good. In fact, I talked with Mo Duffy about this in Flock, in Cork, about having some kind of matrix bot to move a discussion to discourse, because it quite often starts out as a chat, and then you're like, wait a minute, this needs to be a post. Okay, we are almost done. We have 2 minutes left. So, badges, yes. What do you want to know about badges, Akash? All right, okay. So, Fedora famously has a badge system. It's great. It's been around a long time. I wanted that for Ansible when I was part of the Ansible community team. I do not have the infrastructure that Fedora does, and did not have, since I should be past tense. So I had to come up with something. And as you know, there are badges in Discourse. So I thought, well, we should do that. That makes sense, right? And I'm looking for I keep looking for the sidebar and trying to find it. I'm so used to it. I'm not out of time yet. Oh, I am out of time. Okay. Very quickly then, for Ansible, what we built was a badge system that does exactly what Fedora does, except that it uses the Discourse SSO, because we don't have anything like Noggin or IPA set up for Ansible, right? So it just says, you scan the QR code, you get redirected to Discourse. Discourse redirects back after login with your username, and then the API grants the badge. Simple as that. But you can create any badge you want in Discourse, and one of the fun things that would solve the proliferation of event badges is you can grant the same badge multiple times. And so you can have, hey, I got the Flock badge in these years. So that's quite a nice thing. What, time to go? All right then. Thank you very much, folks. You can lynch me afterwards, it's fine. I was amazed nobody had harder questions than that.
here. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. After some changes here for the plenary session later, let's start with my talk. Welcome, everybody. I'm Thorsten Lemus, and I want to talk to you about when and how to use upstream Linux kernels to fix or improve Fedora. The important things first, Fedora's kernel maintainers are really doing a great job. The Fedora's default kernel is great. It's basically the right kernel for everybody to use. Yeah, but so often in life there are exceptions, special cases where you want to diverge from what a distribution does. And one of them, for example, if you want to efficiently prevent kernel regressions from reaching Fedora. Another one is actually when if you face a kernel bug and you want to report efficiently. And then a third one is actually if you want to bisect a regression. So to explain the difference between a bug and a regression is when something stopped working that used to work, and a bug here in the talk is, includes a regression, but basically is often something that never worked in the first place. There are three other cases where you might want to use a different kernel, but we ignore those for now because those three are the important ones we care about. And if you are running in one of those situations, you have basically two options to run different kernels then. One is to install them via RPM and DNF. And there are actually two flavors to do that. One of them actually has offering various kernel series, so you have basically, it's the most flexible. And the other one is basically installing manually. That might sound dangerous to some, but it's okay sometimes because basically bypassing DNF sometimes is a good idea. Yeah. What's the best approach actually depends on what you want to do, so let's take a closer look at when you want to use upstream Linux kernel to fix or improve Fedora. So let's start with that. And start with something that sounds a little bit scary, but isn't. The thing is, Fedora leaves actually handling the vast majority of bugs to upstream. That sounds really like something bad, but it isn't. We get to that. It's actually something good. I don't have numbers to back this up, but I'm used to work as a Linux kernel regression tracker. I didn't, that's kind of stalled at the moment because I lack funding. Hopefully that will improve again, or otherwise I need to find another job. Yeah, but that Fedora leaves things to upstream most of the time. It's, as I said, that doesn't mean at all that Fedora is doing something wrong. Fedora cares, and you can see that by a change that was basically last week or maybe 10 days ago. There was a big bug in a new stable kernel that went out from kernel.org, from the upstream developers, that Fedora actually fixed or avoided by reverting the change and in their kernel. If you want to see what kind of patches Fedora actually applies, follow that URL. There the patches are actually listed. Yeah. So again, that Fedora actually leaves things most of the time to upstream is actually a good thing, because cooperating with others is in everybody's interest, especially so for our friends at Arch Linux and OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, because they are using basically the same kernel as we do. It's just a different configuration, different packaging, of course, but in the end, it's basically this, nearly the same kernel, apart from a few patches, and it doesn't make a difference. So any bug we have, they face also, and they also need to fix. And instead of doing it 3 times in these 3 distributions, or maybe even more, it makes sense to work on upstream and doing it in one place where everybody gets their kernels from anyway. Like in every project, upstream has its problems and things could work better there, but that's how it is. And maybe cooperating with these, better cooperation among these 3 distributions would be really something that could help everyone here. But yeah, that's a different topic. I can't go down here. Another thing why it's good that Fedora leaves things to upstream most of the time is that fixing too many things on Fedora side can easily can lead to a hard to maintain mess. Those that look at the RHEL kernel actually likely know what I'm talking about, because it's so many patches, interdependencies, and it makes it hard if you want to rebase to a new kernel. So it's also a reason why you want to leave to upstream. And yeah, every man in the middle obviously complicates things. So if you have a bug, and you report it to Fedora and expect the Fedora kernel maintainer to report it upstream, there's going to compression artifacts, if you want to say it. Things get lost, and it's often better to directly talk to those people that have to fix things anyway, because Fedora often can't do much in any case. That's because the kernel is mostly drivers. About 50 to 60% of code is, I think it's drivers. And Fedora developers simply have no access to the hardware, so they can't reproduce the problem or debug it. And the thing is, even upstream sometimes lacks access to this hardware, because yeah, hardware is tricky. I, for example, owned a Dell XPS 13 laptop. I think it was the model year 2017. And then I got a regression report from somebody else that basically had the same model, and he had really great problems with the graphic drivers. The display stayed dark on boot up, and for me everything worked. Yeah, it turned out it was nearly the same model, just a different configuration. He had a higher resolution display, and that confused the Intel graphics driver, and then nothing worked. That's just one of thousands or 10,000s of tricky problems that happen with hardware every day, and that's why testing on real hardware is so important, and why it's best to consider your system to be one of a kind. If you don't test it, there likely there might be bugs that nobody notice, and because they can't simply be tested in VMs or CIs, those drivers, or most of them can't. So in the end, if you don't test it, there's a pretty decent chance that some regressions actually might be not noticed at all before it's too late. Too late in this case means before they end up in a kernel.org release, a new Linux version, and from there end up in Fedora in a kernel update. And if they are there, it gets harder to remove them. Another reason why Fedora often can't do much is the kernel is a complex beast, even when it comes to things like that are not drivers, because it's really the kernel is at the core of the system. It's doing a lot of things, and we only have a small team of Fedora kernel maintainers, and everybody can only do so much. So it's basically often are the upstream developer skills required to debug and fix the bug. Fedora's kernel team could also, obviously could fix more bugs if it was bigger, but it's actually quite small. Even if it would be 3 or 4 times bigger, it likely couldn't take care of many bugs, because that's just an enormous amount of work. Leaving things to upstream is basically the best idea. There are also, some of you might wonder, we have the kernel test weeks, and we have the updates testing repository, where new kernels are tested before they're going out as upstream. But the thing with those two is they can only do so much, because they're basically testing versions that are already out. That's great, and they find bugs that are fixed. But often it takes 2 to 6 weeks to debug some problems, or most problems, and probably fix them. So at some point, there are simply no other choice for Fedora
to ship new versions that come out in between because they bring important security fixes. And yeah, so Fedora has to ship them out as despite knowing about regressions in there because the security fixes are important for some users or because other old versions don't get security fixes anymore. That's a problem for Fedora. That's yeah. What does it all mean in the end? In the end, that means your best choice, your best chance to prevent regressions from reaching Fedora is actually is to test upstream kernels before they, while they are still in development. That's basically either the mainline kernel, that's the one that Linus Torvalds maintains, like 6.15, the version that came out like 10 days ago, or the next first pre-release of the 6.16. Kernel, that's the pre-release is coming out on Monday, and the release is still weeks away, because yeah, and or testing the stable RC kernels that where new kernel versions from the stable series are tested. Those are those that end up later in a Fedora as a kernel update, and there you have a little bit of time to notice problem. And if you notice problems in these developer kernels, there's actually, if you report them, the upstream developers simply often kick out the changes that cause regressions. If they are known, that requires a bisection or somebody knowledge looking at it. Often, sometimes the latter suffices. Yeah, and they simply kick this changes out there, but once a change that causes a problem actually made it into a release, it's not that easy anymore, then it often takes longer. That's why testing in development versions of really is a good idea. Easily report those regressions encountered with in development kernels upstream, because then no man in the middle, and you immediately reach the people that can do something about it. Obviously, if the problem is somehow relevant to Fedora in a big way, because it's breaking things left and right, then you want to keep Fedora in the loop. For any regressions that made it into the kernel that Fedora actually uses and ships, there you want to also, in my opinion, report it upstream, but obviously you want to let the Fedora kernel maintainers and the other Fedora users know. So it's best to keep them in the loop and basically file a Bugzilla ticket and link to the upstream report so that everybody is on the same page. Yeah. Reporting other bugs, so things that never worked in the first place, reporting those to Fedora is, in my opinion, if you ask me, really a waste of time, because Justin has way enough to do already with all those stuff that's happening. He likely will never look into this. Maybe even upstream doesn't care about it, so you really should report those upstream and don't bother with it, bothering Fedora with it. Yeah, it's just a waste of everybody's time. Obviously, with all that I've just said, that just for the kernel and things that are happening in upstream code, everything related to packaging must obviously be reported to Fedora. For example, problems caused by patches Fedora applied, or the kernel configuration, placement of files, bootloader scripts, etc., and all those stuff. If in doubt, simply ask for advice. For example, in the matrix channel on the Fedora server. Yeah, this concludes the when aspect, and the slideshow even gets faster at this point, I hope, because there are still 30 minutes left, and brings us to the point how to actually use upstream Linux kernel to fix or improve Fedora, which brings us back to the 3 points I mentioned earlier. The first one was how to prevent kernel regressions from reaching Fedora. And one solution there is actually use the rawhide kernel, either by running rawhide all the time or installing it on Fedora releases. The instructions how to install them on Fedora releases are at the end of the slide deck. In case anybody is interested, I kicked them for timing reasons. It works fine for many people. There are a few downsides. The patches can become a problem if you actually run into a problem, want to report it. Sometimes it takes a while from upstream to get them downstream. Most of the time it's just 24 hours or a little bit more of a delay. But sometimes occasionally it's a week or something due to rawhide composers not working or things like that. There sometimes are additional dependencies. That's not much of a problem. AK-mods work technically, but only often 10 out of 12 months, because rawhide sometimes uses a different compiler For example, like it was when Fedora 44 was prepared. But the most important thing is actually that mainline for a technical audience like the ones that you are, might not be the best fit because you want to avoid the most risky phase in the development cycle. That's actually the 2 weeks right after a new release. It's the merge window, it's called. So during that time, it might be a good idea to not use mainline. And that's actually possible with a more flexible alternative that's avoiding these downsides, that's installing the kernels from the kernel vanilla repositories. Those are actually 7 different coppers. These days, the URL where the table is from is actually from here. Don't take a too close a look. It's a lot of text, and we get to a few important bits. The important thing is it's those kernels and the RPMs shipped there are basically like Fedora kernels. And they are nearly built exactly from the same mechanism Fedora uses to build their rawhide kernel and their release kernel, but without the Fedora-specific patches. And it's following upstream quite closely. So basically, every morning, every European morning, there's a new build, and that's basically just a few hours behind Linus' state of the art. There's one big downside here that it lacks a trusted UEFI secure boot signature, so most modern PC won't consider it trusted and booted. That's actually not easily possible to support this in Copper. That's how it is. There's nothing that can be done about it. And the other thing, it's not maintained by the Fedora's kernel team. It's maintained by this guy that got a little bit more gray hair, I think. In the last 10 years, yeah. So it's kind of, so take everything with the grain of salt, because those coppers are actually maintained by me. I'm doing it for 10 years now, in the beginning without copper, but these days I'm doing it with copper. For example, one of those coppers is actually the mainline copper. It's basically just like Rawhide's kernel in the end, but without the patches. But for you folks here, actually the more interesting ones are these 3. Actually, the one I want to talk first about is mainline without merge window copper. It actually is ships the kernel a kernel version that within 1 to 13 weeks will become the base for a kernel update for the next Fedora for kernel update for Fedora releases. So that really leaves a lot of time to test things and report problems and get the changes that are causing regressions out again before it enters the release, and so to make sure the problems never reach Fedora, either by fixing them probably upstream or reverting the change. The copper looks basically like every other copper. The enablement is also not different, just enable it like any other copper, a DNF upgrade. And apart from the last step, this is using mockutil to check if secure boot is on. If that command tells you that secure boot is on, you need to disable it either in your BIOS setup or through a process you can also initiate with mockutil. The page I linked to has details on that. Yeah. If you say, okay, yeah, I'd like to help, but mainline, it sounds a little bit dangerous, and because there are lots of changes there, I like to get something that's a little bit closer to what Fedora uses, then the Fedora RC branch is actually the Fedora RC copper is actually the better one. It ships a kernel that basically around about 3 to 10 days later will become the base for a kernel update in Fedora. That depends on the timing where in the week we are. And yeah, the problem is the RC phase there is just 3 days long. So if you really want to help test, you need to reboot and immediately report problems. But maybe that's something for some of you that's still interesting, because you can really avoid many problems there, because yeah, the kernel basically just 1 week later will end up in Fedora likely with small changes, like the problem of the AMD graphics that multiple people hit that I mentioned earlier that was reverted, that could have been avoided if somebody had at that stage tested the kernel. There's also the stable RC copper that's basically the same. Most of the time ships is exactly the same kernel version as Fedora RC copper. except during the 3 or 4 weeks right after a new mainline release. That's like the state we are currently in, like 6.15 was released recently. So right now it ships that version or a stable version based on it, like 6.15.1 by now, and so you can test that, and that will basically end up as the base for a kernel update. That or later version will be the in like 2 or 3 weeks from now. Next week is a test week, and then usually the week after or something like that, it will go out as regular update to Fedora 41 and 42. Yeah. If that all was a little bit fast, look at the wiki page. It explains the different coppers. It gives a few examples of the versions, then it's easy to understand. And if you wonder, hey, how dangerous is it for me to run these kernels from this copper, it's nothing much to fear. Obviously, it's software, something can go wrong. But the thing is, the installation is not a problem, because if the kernel you install doesn't boot, the one you used beforehand always remains installed, so you can simply choose it in your grub boot menu. And I'm sure people like us all have reliable backup and restore strategies. Do you? I mean, lately I had a small problem, and then I was, oh, right now my backup is broken. Yeah, but it turned out to not be that bad. So it's a good reminder to have your backup in place. Yeah. There's also instructions for uninstalling the kernels from those coppers. It's basically just disabling the copper, syncing the kernel to the Fedora kernel, and rebooting and removing the vanilla kernel packages. No big deal. That works quite well. That concludes the first part, brings us to the second part, and time is running hot. I need to speed up even more. The thing is, Fedora's kernels are often not, the next thing is then is the thing I mentioned earlier, that you face a kernel bug you want to report. The thing is, Fedora is often not ideal or even unsuitable base for reporting kernels upstream, because some upstream kernel developers reject reports from patched kernels. It's a big problem when it comes to Ubuntu or RHEL. For Fedora, it's not a big problem. But the other problem is that Fedora's kernel often are considered a little bit too old, because development sometimes is already a little bit ahead. And yeah, that's why you might actually use mainline repository to report bugs. And if you have a regression with a stable kernel, check if there's already a newer version that might fix this in the pipe. Which is also, this process is also important to check mainline, because it determines who's obliged to look into and fix the issue. Yeah. So the rule of thumb is, in the case of a regression in a stable kernel that Fedora shipped, test the stable RC copper, test mainline, and then you can, if both show those problem or one, you can report upstream, and you know how whom to contact. The upstream documentation on reporting bugs actually covers all this. I know reporting bugs to the kernel is a bit frustrating and hard, yeah, but if nobody does it, we'll end up with lots of regressions in Fedora. So really, it's good to get this out. And especially one thing I'd like to note, don't blindly use bugzilla.kernel.org, because some subsystems ignore it, and you might want to check where to actually report the problem. Most, yeah. So the third issue where you want to use an upstream Linux kernel is actually if you want to bisect the regressions. That's basically using Git to check which change broke things. So you compile like 15 or 17 kernels when it comes to a range from, like, if you have a regression from 6.14 to 6.15. That sounds like a lot, but it doesn't take that long. But then you find a change that is broke things. And there, I'd say to you, just bypass RPM. That's not bad. Just compile the kernel as you would do, as it's described in the upstream documentation. The thing is, upstream documentation, I actually wrote it, I tested it on Fedora, it works. It actually also has uninstall instructions. You need to remove one directory, and then they are away. And run a kernel install command. And that's the same kernel install command that's actually used by the spec file to remove the kernel, so it should be clean, yeah. That brings us to the space in the middle where I mentioned 3 other problems. One is where you might want to use upstream kernels. One is you desperately need a kernel features that hasn't reached Fedora yet. Just use the copper that ships it. And to other situations is you require a kernel patch and you're a kernel developer. That's basically use RPM or bypasses depending on your needs. It depends. Some of you might be interested in Archify. That's a little hack I wrote that fell off on the side from the stuff I'm doing to maintain the coppers, the kind of vanilla coppers. It can actually add the infrastructure to build source RPMs to any Git repository, and then you can build them with mock or Koji or whatever you want to do. Yeah, those are the 6 situations, which actually brings me to nearly in time to the summary of the talk. Yeah, let me repeat again: Fedora's kernel is great. It's almost always the best choice to use. When it's not that different to install or uninstall different kernels on Fedora. That works both with and without RPM. When you need to bisect a regression, yeah, just bypass RPM. That's my advice here. If you want to report a kernel bug or a regression, use the RPMs from the copper, or maybe even if it's too hard for you, try a report bug with the kernel Fedora RPMs. But what I really want you to do is to help preventing regressions from reaching Fedora by constantly helping to test upstream. That's why I'm standing here. That's why I gave this talk, because Linux needs people like us to do this, because hardware is so complex, and we need the kernel needs to be tested in the field to detect this regression. You can't do this in VM, so it's need people like us that are technically interested and to do this. So it's your chance to give actually back to the Linux community, and it doesn't cost you much as long as everything works. It's just working like in every other update. So, and yeah, Fedora can benefit a lot from it. And our friends at Arch Linux and OpenSUSE will also, and upstream, so just do it. And yeah, with that, I'm at the end of the talk. I think that was about 150 slides. There's a question? Maybe just ask, and I can repeat it. Or,
One second.
Yeah.
So currently, when on the template in Baxilla, when there is a kernel report, there is a section that says, "Have you tried the rawhide kernel?" And I was thinking that maybe it's also a good idea to mention, "Hey, have you tried to reproduce this with one of the core vanilla kernels?" Because also it's a non-tainted kernel, so.
Where is it on the?
And the Baxilla.
And the Baxilla, yeah.
On the kernel component.
Okay.
One of the.
Okay, yeah.
Sections on the template is, have you tried on rawhide?
I think Justin is the better person to ask. I guess the text can be adjusted to do that.
The text can be adjusted to do that, but from a bug reporting standpoint, running the Fedora kernels isn't necessarily that bad, and I'll explain why. Rawhide has a lot of patches that stable Fedora does not have, but most of that is RHEL stuff, and it is actually if-def'd out to the point that when you are compiling a Fedora kernel, you will never hit those code paths. Those code paths are built for ELN repositories only. Now, when I do stable Fedora, I pull all those patches out, and the reason is because when you get a patch from upstream, upstream says, "I'd like you to test this." If there's a lot of context diff, it might not apply, and people just don't know how to mess with that. But from a reporting standpoint, we're much closer to upstream, even with all of those patches, because we're just not doing those code paths. So you can report it, and if it works in rawhide, it's easier than perhaps do another Coper and all those things. Now, when you're actually trying to debug it and test patches, that's when this stuff becomes much more important. Because if people see the patch doesn't apply and they don't know what to do, that's a problem you're not going to have here.
Yeah. I think, is it, yeah?
I had this problem yesterday that my machine crashed when I plugged in the projector.
Yeah.
And
It's a tough thing because it hasn't crashed in 8 months, so I wasn't accustomed to rebooting. So maybe I would like to figure out what went wrong and report it, but I don't know. Like, do you have any advice how to try to do that?
Bugs like that are hard to debug. Sometimes what I would do in this situation is test the latest kernel. If it may be working better there, maybe it's a bug that was reported already and somebody fixed it already. So basically, mainline, test the latest mainline. And if it's not, maybe install even older kernels again and check when it's starting. And then you can actually using a git bisection to find when it starts broken. At least if it's a reproducible mistake. Yeah. That's problems that don't reproduce. Those are problems. Yeah, I guess we're running out of time, I guess. Yeah. So thanks for listening. Have a nice rest of the conference, and yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm not on the council anymore, but I'm on this panel. I'm going to moderate and MC and not answer any questions. I think that's. Yeah. Oh, that would be. Yes, Dusty. I said I wasn't going to answer any questions. I am committed to not doing that to myself. To not doing that for at least a year, and then we'll see how much of a busybody I feel like being. Honestly, I think I would probably, rather than run for council, find something that's an initiative or something that may or may not be a council level thing. But again, not for at least a full year. Thank you. Dusty says he asks if we could do write-ins on votes. You can nominate other people, but I believe that our policy asks that they accept such nominations. And again, thank you. Anyways, do you have everybody here? Everybody who is here? Are we? You know what? Yes.
Aoife said she was in Sapphire room. If someone wants to go knock on that room, I heard there was some.
I have an offer. David, should you sit here? Yeah, I was doing the same.
We've got a.
I just got to the closest water.
Yeah.
Where am I going? We need to mix a little bit.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead and get started without Aoife, but hopefully she'll be able to join us soon. This is a council Ask Me Anything session. We got a few online, and oh, cool, Aoife is here.
A wizard is never late. Swear. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to start out with a question that I have, because I can do that, and that is, so often we start by introducing ourselves. Brendan's asked us not to do that, but if you answer a question, you should briefly say who you are and why you're answering this particular question. We don't need answers for everybody on everything, but that's it. Yeah. My question, though, is what is the thing here at Flock that you found the most exciting new thing, either from a hallway track or a session or something that has caught your interest? Start there. Anybody?
Well, I'll talk because I'm new. So, first of all, apologies to everyone who had sessions. I will be watching a lot of things tonight with a drink in hand, or when they're available to. When are they going to be available?
7 p.m.
Great. Hey, I'm Jeff Spalletta. I'm the new FPL. I spent a lot of time in the hallway track today and yesterday, and I actually had really good conversations, specifically with our community who were involved with hardware enablement. I had some really great discussions about possible things that we could be doing to sort of make things easier for the wider ecosystem, not just in the Fedora project specifically, but all the downstream we've collected now, we are actually a very vibrant ecosystem with several downstreams. And it's sort of, I'm trading on ancient history. You know, it's one of the promises that we sort of talked about a possible future years ago, and it's sort of here now. And I'm super excited to be the one who has the opportunity to move that forward or ruin it. We'll find out. So.
Okay, I'm Alexandra. I've been here for quite some time, but currently I work in Red Hat as a manager of a cockpit team. So for me, this Flock Fedora server talk was quite interesting and inspiring because there was some interest to the cockpit development and possibility for the community to like create the tools for themselves to manage servers in a more fun way. And there's a lot of opportunities which I would probably bring back to my team and discuss next week in a couple of next weeks. So I'm quite inspired by that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be a little bit more general because I've seen it at Flock last year and I'm so impressed to see it at Flock again this year. But it's the diversity that we bring to this event. Like we have people from ARM giving talks. Thank you, Peter. That was a good dig out. We have people from Alma Linux. Thank you, Jonathan. Another last minute good dig out. But like there are so many, and Baz out there are so many projects that we collaborate with that are able to come here and share in this Fedora event with us, that they do so much for us, but also within our own project where we have so many different like streams of activities too, with the DEI and the mentor summits and all and the docs. Like I mean, you can go on. It's endless. It's amazing to see the spread that you can enjoy at Flock, and I hope to continue to see that.
I'm a bit biased, but I will also mention actually the Mentor Summit, and especially because this year we did the lunch matching, mentor-mentee lunch matching, and it was like really nice because first it was like the first time doing it, so we didn't know if it would work like well, how people would perceive it, and it was like really nice seeing people sharing their experience with the others, and today we had the stickers matching as well, which again was something new. It was first thing in the morning, so it was like great to see people there, networking, talking with each other, and I really enjoyed it. I'm a bit biased because I'm also part of the organizing team, I must say, but for me that was like one of the highlights.
I think it's great when you're excited about your own thing. That's awesome, actually. I promise to be part of the mentor lunch matching thing next year. I didn't do it this year on purpose because, you know, enough going on. I don't promise to be part of a first thing in the morning sticker matching thing, but if we do it like an evening sticker matching thing, I'm in for that. What? Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Can't help it, I'm used to it. Good. Yeah, right.
Hi, I'm Justin. For me, I don't know if it's really learning something new, but the 2 weeks before Flock are like the big crunch burnout kind of period where I'm running around and it's all chaos. But the thing that always, in the 3 years, you know, I've been going to this event for the last decade, and the last 3 have been part of what I've been organizing in my role. And every time, even with all the craziness and the stress and the anxiety that happens before, I get here and I see all these familiar faces, these new faces, and the community feeling that I get just from seeing all of these folks from all over the world, kind of building on Aoife's comment about diversity, I guess, but even more specific, it fills my cup in this way that is, I can't put it really into words. And so when I'm here and I see all of this come together and people having a great time, and I feel like we've done a lot of great improvements this year from the last couple ones too. So for me, seeing the iteration of Flock continue to evolve and change and try new ideas, and to see that community feeling persist as we try new things and we mix things up in our recipe for Flock, that for me is just, I don't know if you really call it a learning, but it warms my heart. So that for me is just seeing that same feeling persist. That for me is the special part.
I almost got out of going. No, I'll go.
I'm David Cantrell. I waited until the end because I was trying to think through all the sessions I went to. If I had to pick one right now that was most impressive to me was one that I used to work on a long time ago, which was the Anaconda presentation. And many of you know that I spent a very long time working on Anaconda and have not been part of it for a while, but seeing what they're doing now, integrating that into Cockpit and kind of, in a way, having to solve the same problems that we solved like over and over. It just, to me, it was really interesting to see that come together. And it reminded me that all the stuff that we work on, software is never really done. We just decide to stop working on it at some point. And I think that will always be true. So we'll always have, you know, something to do and something new to share.
All right. Audience questions. Do we have an audience mic or?
We have some audience questions. We also maybe want to start with the pre-submitted as well.
I was going to get to the pre-submitted when we have a quiet though. But
who's the first one?
Peter.
So in some regards, the council seems to be somewhat quiet. I've heard the term absent used. It took them 6 months to reply to one incident in the community. There's some stuff around OpenH264 that has blown up on LWN that the council hasn't mentioned anything about yet. How is the council going to be more present moving forward?
Yeah, I'll take a stab, but I will also correct that while your statement is true that it was 6 months before, and I assume you're referring to the proven packager incident, that's the elephant in the room, surprise. Correct, yeah, we were... I know. I mean, look, well, that's what we're here for. Yes, the council did take their time publicly actioning a statement on that, but we weren't inactive on it for those 6 months. There was conversations, but I do completely acknowledge that they were private conversations, and that doesn't really go toward like the transparency that our community comes to expect. So, I mean, all I can say is going forward, we will certainly have to try and get a bit more visible in our conversations. We do ask for a little bit of grace that sometimes the conversations we have to have are by nature quite private. They can be a little bit controversial. They're not easy decisions. Like, you know, we're the bad guys, we are the neck to choke. So we do ask for a bit of grace while we're trying to improve how visible we can be when we're making these decisions in the future. Someone else can comment on the HW stuff.
Yeah, I can also add, like, when it does seem like we're quiet, it doesn't mean we're not working on the issue, but we're understanding that when council makes a public statement, it has a lot of weight and it has a lot of impact. We cannot rush into anything really fast, and like we try to address issues as fast as we can, but like the first reaction which we would issue is stop anything from changing so that we have more time to figure out the better strategy going forward. And it does take quite a lot of time in certain cases and a lot of private time sometimes, because like we are dealing with the sensitive issues quite often. So I would say it is in nature of a council to be slow but like responsible on what statements we make and why and how. We have to really be careful about this kind of decision making. It cannot be rushed too much into, even when there is a demand. So like in worst case scenario, yeah, we'll just say really going publicly with a statement, please wait for us. This is our best statement we can issue really fast, and then we have some time to figure it out.
And I'll build on that too, that, you know, and I think part of what adds to the perception of slowness is, and kind of this is not true of just Fedora, but in general with open source communities, is that especially in the way that our community is structured, we do spend a lot of time like trying to do that community outreach and having personal conversations with people, and that's part of what this, you know, the private work is. It's not all of it, but it's definitely a big part. However, I disagree with the presumption that the council is absent. I definitely understand why it's perceived that way. And I think something that has been, maybe this could be actually a big learning for me from Flock, but one thing that's definitely on my mind is that thinking about how with FESCO, that's been around for, I don't know, 15, 20 years or so, and has mostly had the same process and the same way of working, and people know what to expect and where that information is going to be, and the council does not quite have that consistency that FESCO has. So I think also, even when we are working on issues as the council and we are actually communicating, we're not consistent in how we communicate, and those things aren't happening in always the same place. I think there is a need for the council to formalize how we do our communication so that as a group, we consistently follow that. When we reach that point of like building that consensus and we're ready to move forward, I think we also need to be more transparent about like how we're moving through that process. So I see it more as a communication failure, I guess, on our part.
Sorry, I'm going to continue talking until Matthew stops me. I also want to mention that there is a difference between, as Justin mentioned, like FESCO and council committees. FESCO works on a scoped number of topics, and council works as a catch-all for whatever. When we don't know what to do, we have to do it. And this means that while we aim to create better processes for something, whenever we meet something for the first time, this is like the typical council work is to see the issues for the first time. Once we see them for the second or the third time, we usually have all process and have way to delegate them to someone else. Council by nature deals with issues which are like crises which has never happened before, and then we're figuring our way. So it is a messy process by definition, because you cannot prepare for things you don't know about, and then you'll have to just deal it. So yeah, for me, like half of the council work is like planned work towards certain strategic goals, but the other half of the council work is crisis management, which is crisis management in a way as best as we can, but never prepared for it properly.
Okay, so I have a question, because there's like the inside view and the outside view, and I think if you're a member of the council, you're working on this thing every day, or this series of things every day, and it feels very busy, and you're going as fast as you can. Externally, because of the sensitive nature of these things, we don't actually see that work, and it's right that we don't see that work. But there are ways in which you can communicate, we are working on these things. Would you be open to feedback or suggestions on how to do that communication? Like, and if so, what is the right way to provide that feedback?
Okay, yeah, sure, I'll go again. Yes, we're always open to feedback. It's the nature of open source communities, is you get it whether you want it or not. And you have to be gracious in accepting that sometimes the ideas that you get that you don't agree with are good. We had actually a sit down for the first time ever with members of FESCO. They provided some good insight as to how council could even provide them with a bit better understanding and insight as to what we're working on. They suggested a council announce list to catch those who are on the mailing lists. How you can provide feedback or ideas that you have to us. Oh God, it's going to be the open a ticket, but I don't I don't know, do we have a good way to suggest otherwise, but Matthew might, so I'm going to pass to him.
The council tag on discourse is a good place.
Oh yeah, Matthew wants to do discourse.
Yeah, so we do have quite a lot of topics on the discourse right now. I think by default this, so we have council announcements which go like public and visible for everyone immediately on the front page. But we have also a separate category for like council work in discourse, which is excluded from default view, and you don't, like, if you just log into discourse to ask Fedora question, you don't see all these council ticket discussions which we have on discourse on your front page. You have actually go and look into it. So maybe this is what we can change a little bit, but there's also like a question do you want to be interrupted with all these console topics while you're doing your regular Fedora work? How much you actually want the visibility of this to get in your way while you're just like looking for some Fedora related funny information? So there is, console work is open. We close only certain private communications which are very special in nature. But yeah, the question is, should we actually force you to see them immediately while you're doing your regular work? That's feedback is welcome on that part. Let us know what you think. Let us know how we can make it more accessible to you.
So currently the council is formed by several, I think it's 6 members, permanent members, like 2, 3, I'm counting. Yes, I think it's 6. And then 2 elected members. So assuming that none of you, none of the council members work full-time in council staff, so you have other responsibilities in Fedora and in other jobs, I have the feeling that council could benefit a lot from help from the outside. So council members could be the ones making the decision, but for sure doing the work, you could use help from other people. And I have the feeling that people feel that they cannot help if they are not elected members. And how could you work to change that in the future, that feeling?
I'm actually going to reverse the question. As a former member of the Fedora Council, from your experience, where do you see some of the opportunities? Because I think you have a unique perspective on here, because a lot of the folks that have been on the stage, with some exception, have been doing this for close to a decade, probably even more, some a little less. So I think you, as one of the more recent members of council, I'd be actually curious to see, like, what do you feel like, what are the opportunities? And then perhaps we as the council can comment on some of those too and expand on it. Does that make sense?
Yes. So there are plenty of opportunities almost everywhere. Someone from the outside can help. Maybe for some sensitive, super controversial topic, incident, you cannot. But if you're the AI policy, you can help there. The whatever something council is organizing, you can help there. Processes, you can help there. You can provide feedback. You can provide ideas. You can write down the processes. Make proposals. The problem that I see is that there are a lot of ideas. Every council meeting, it's like an idea generator, but that's perfectly fine. But someone needs to do it, and you cannot do it all. So I'm giving you that. So I think it's okay to have ideas, but it's also even better to have people actually doing everything, and you can use some help. So I think it's, sure, people could volunteer and say, hey, where can I help? But it's complicated, and usually it works better the other way around. Like, hey, we need help. Who wants to help us?
Like, I like the question and the topic you raise. I'm not sure, like, how do we frame the actions in this case? So let me put it this way. All the council work goes in public. We have public meetings, we have public discourse, we have public tracker. And of course, as any other project in Fedora or in upstream, whatever, we are open for people to contribute. And for, like, to give an example, council runs a survey. We did make a call for people to come work with us on the survey. Council creates AI policy. We did make a call to come and work with us on AI policy. Council has initiatives, there's a list there and so on. So we do want this for people to come and join us. We do have possibilities. So the question would be, have we communicated them well, and where we communicated them, right? I did communicate on social networks. This is probably not a good, reliable answer on this. We do communicate on blog articles in Fedora magazine, I think, and again, discourse. But how we make it more accessible, again, this is a question, where do you read, where would you expect to read these calls?
Mike.
It's not only about the media, it's like the physical or the virtual place where you put the information. It's more about create welcoming space so people is not afraid to volunteer. Like, hey, I feel invited to participate. Not sure, I know that the AI policy stuff and that you call for help, but maybe I'm thinking, oh, maybe I am not prepared, I don't know enough, I don't, whatever. But maybe my opinion was useful, so that was the case. How the council can appear more welcoming to the rest of the community members to encourage participation. That was the, not where do you place the information, virtually or physically.
I see where you're coming from. I think there's 2 points to consider here, though. I think the first one is this ties back to what I said previously on the communication bit, that as council, we aren't communicating consistently and in the same channels, and we're, even as council members, we use different platforms and channels, and we're not consistent in that way. So I think, and it's not a failure on anyone's part, but it's just as this decentralized, federated community, we all, and as a lot of infrastructure change we've had, especially in the last 5 or 6 years, this fragmentation really hurts. And I think council has been part of that fragmentation in terms of how we've tried to grow and evolve. Like, we're using 3 different Git forges, and we have got docs. I see the challenge there, and I think that there's a really big piece in how we communicate it. I think the biggest way that the community can have input in the typical workflow of the council, and this also requires the council to communicate effectively and consistently, but where I see the most value is input. Like, we're discussing a lot of difficult, hard things, and I'm looking at the issue tracker here about, like, you know, what are things the community could help with? We have, of course, the annual contributor survey. You mentioned the AI policy as well. Like, that's a great thing to have community feedback on. We also have some stuff on, oh, where did it go? There was another one in here. Or, like, we're going to be working on these conflict of interest guidelines as well. So, like, there's things that are really important for us to get feedback from the community. And even if it's not necessarily a commit in a Git repository or editing documentation or editing wiki pages, getting the community feedback on these big things that really are important and matter in the community, that's where I see, like, outside contributions to the council really being the most effective. But the council has to really
I think also the council needs to go to the right source as well. Like, I don't use Discord a lot just simply because I don't have the bandwidth to go and read all the user stuff. And if they need input on, say, AI policy, maybe reaching out to Devel as well and other such things and saying, okay, we need help on this particular thing, so we should reach out into this section of the community instead of just dumping it on a council Discord sub-thing that people may not follow on a day-to-day basis because they have too much other stuff in their inbox, so to speak.
Yeah, so just to offer a different perspective on this, my office is looking to build up a staff. I need a press secretary and a chief of staff. So, you know, if anyone wants to volunteer, I could definitely use help going through issues and, you know, things like that.
Yeah, but I was
you
also...
You get your name on a webpage.
I wanted to say also, like, we went very meta, but, like, this is one of the opportunities where we as a council actually want to tell you. So we're here just regular people. You can talk to us like with any other normal people. We have... Yeah, we actually are willing to share all the information about our stuff, what we're doing, why we're doing, and so on. So if you have any interest in participating in maybe building a path to become a council member in 2 years or whatever, just let us know. We really have so much possibilities for you. And we have so many people willing to like mentor you in those roles in whatever range of topics you're interested in. We will find something for you, definitely. Reach out.
In the interest of time, I'm going to take one question from Discourse. We have one question from Edward, who asks that the Fedora project is widely known for adopting new technologies early. The latest thing is Anaconda web installer. His question is, what new technologies are possibly coming that would be considered game-changing? And also the other question is, how is the plan to drop old tech?
Yeah, very painfully, right? To be honest, I'm a bit surprised when people call Anaconda Web UI a new technology, because it's like, it's Anaconda and it's Web UI, so this is not that much of a new stuff, I would say. But anyway, essentially, these are so topics I think are not really the console scope on that level, because like we have technical leadership done by FESCO and rolling out of new features, requirements for new features to be rolled out, and deprecation of old features and requirements for that process are usually defined on the FESCO level, so that we assess the impact on users, we understand the impact on the site dependent projects, we like plan for possible issues, and we cover new features with enough testing and that kind of stuff. On the console side, I would say we are supporting this whole process as a vision for the Fedora project to be the place where you can innovate and you do not just sit on the stable state of things, but also innovate in a way that it doesn't break everyone's workflow. So we support that, but we delegate the details to the FESCO committee to figure it out.
We'll do a quick close, and we probably have to do the last question, and then we're done, because we got 5 minutes.
Well, as engineering rep, I guess probably the big things are the X11 versus Wayland, and sort of pushing that more. But I want people to understand that doesn't mean we're getting rid of X11. There are many users in the community that do depend on that. But it's more about pushing Wayland to further develop it and get more exposure for that. So that is a thing, like Alexandra was saying, we don't want to break workflows for people and things like that. So these are topics that we consider very closely. And then I would say the other big thing that we talk about quite frequently is sort of a focus on immutable images and what that future is going to look like for Fedora. But I'm sure I could keep talking about plenty of these.
Yeah. Hi, I'm new. So I'm gonna distinguish between my role as FPL and my seat here on the council. And I haven't been speaking because I want to let other council members talk. But as my vision of the FPL is like, I want to make sure I am not driving my opinion about what we should be doing, but I'm going to have discussions with people so I can lift up people who share my interests, but they're doing the work, right? My goal ultimately is to never take credit for an idea. I'm going to inceptioneer many things, and 10% of them will probably land and find community fit. Like someone will, like, I'll see a light bulb go off in someone's eyes, like that's a great idea, and then figure out a way to help them make it happen. So the question was, what are new technologies coming up? There's a ton of stuff I'd be interested in seeing, but I'm not going to tell you here. No, actual like real technologies that are Linux adjacent, but the goal is to find the people who are excited enough to sustain the effort, because I have to be very careful. If I opine, right, I'm going to set a vision that is unique to me, and that's not the point. The point is to have the conversations sort of quietly, so that I can find the people who will then support the work, and you're building groundswell in a more organic way. So that's a longer term play, right? The other thing I am not shy about controversy. I will talk about controversial things. However, I probably can't talk about them while they're in process as a controversial thing. You mentioned, I believe, the codec thing that hasn't been talked about yet. I think I am aware of it. I am looking forward to talk about it because, brief summary, when I'm president, I will get rid of software patents. And that's all I'm going to say right now. But I look forward to doing retrospectives on things, but during the actual when we're in crisis mode and dealing with it, we can't have this discussion. But we have to find a way to status the initiative stuff, right? The things that the council has set up now, where there are people who are on the council who are driving initiatives, and that absolutely needs to be statused. I think right now Matthew is the only one who's been sort of providing updates in discourse. So you drop one like at the beginning of Flock for the strategy 2028. I want to see that more frequently from the initiatives, just so I know what's going on with the initiatives. So in terms of, and that's planned work, right? But the unplanned work can't while we're in process.
But
one more, and then we've got to.
But the thing with like something like the codec stuff, councillors said nothing. Like, I think someone needs to say something like, person X is looking into this. We can't talk about it, but we're engaging with, in this case, Cisco or whatever, behind the scenes. Watch this space. Because at the moment it's like pitchforks, like you're making me vulnerable, you're not doing anything, blah, 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 blah. And that doesn't look good for the project.
Yeah, that's a valid feedback. We should be clear on whether we are waiting for something or not waiting. This is, we should just take it as a yes. But let's take last one from Steph.
So Fedora has a big gap of a modern workflow that allows contributors to come and work with Fedora in the way that they expect from an open source project, with a Git forge, with source code that's editable, and so on. This has long-term strategic importance for Fedora. It drives contributors. What decisions have you been involved in recently, or discussions have you been involved in recently around that topic?
I want to actually insert, and I want to put that to Aoife and Yona, because we're at the end of the panel, and also I feel like you two have a very different perspective that's not necessarily engineering focused, and neither of you have spoken much in this panel, so.
Yeah, I can speak to the Git forge, I suppose, because I'm like loosely adjacent to it. Yeah, and in terms of the council, the responsibility does fall to us to kind of make some decisions around changing what Git forge that we are going to use as a project, but we don't necessarily want to make that decision in like absolute terms. So we did our own prior selection and we narrowed it down to 2 that we seemed most viable, and then we kind of tendered it out to like allies that we have in the project, like the CLE team, who we trust to do that due diligence and look into all of those technical workflows and things. And yeah, it does go largely back to Peter's original point and things like that, of like, that was probably invisible to most of you, but do you want a leadership body to just railroad all decisions, or do you want us to make the smaller ones and then tender it out to the wider community to then do the actual like heavy lifting work that they know best at? So in terms of the council, that's how we are engaging with the Git forge stuff. It was something that we requested, but then we trust our community members to look into the choices we think might be best, tell us which ones we're right with, which ones we're wrong with, and then trust them to like work with us in the wider community to make that better. I've forgotten the last part of the question. Does that answer it? Not really.
I think what Aoife mentioned, like this whole Git forge, which happened, discussion which happened recently, I actually want to give credit to Aoife because she facilitated this discussion quite a lot, working with CLE team, and this is like one of the best examples of the console work which we have right now for reasons, and like because folks were really working together with Red Hat, with CLE team on figuring out all the requirements, on not just figuring out requirements, but also figuring out the path. How do we come to this decision making? How do we come to the moment that we can make a decision? Because with this GitForge conversation, we spent quite a lot of time, and it was not just a question of saying yes or no, like do we like that or do we not like that. It was a whole lot of work to prepare for us to be able to make decisions, and we finally made the decision. So this is a good example of what console work can be.
I will add just...
Oh.
I will add just something that what I really like that Aoife was doing is also bringing different stakeholders. And she was asking also, what are the teams that are using most that? But not only the technical teams, because we have also a lot of non-technical ones using. And then, of course, you know, you have like kind of different requirements from all these teams, and you will narrow it down because you cannot make everyone happy as well. But still, like having them bringing their voice, their perspective, and trying to make best of that was really nice part of the process.
Thanks, Yona. This wasn't just me. I have to give massive credit to Akashdeep Dar and Tomasz Hukra and the CLE team. But can I just also point out this was all in a public ticket too. So the fact that it went largely unnoticed probably goes back to Justin's initial suggestion that we need to standardize on our comms. Because if you're all spending this AMA asking us where we do our work, then that is a problem. We also just discussed it in our bi-weekly meetings. It wasn't as transparent as, unfortunately, you all may have felt it to be. And yeah, that is something that we definitely need to address and figure out and do better on. And please pay attention to us.
And we are hard stopped because we have a boat that we have to catch. So no, sorry, we got a boat. There's a boat and it's going to leave if we're not on time, Matthew. I'm sorry. I want to we'll definitely have to make sure this is a full hour next time. Thank you all for being a part of the council panel. We're going to quickly transition to our closing remarks. If I can go and have those come on up on the screen. All right. So this is another chapter in the books, sort of. We have day 3 tomorrow. But this is the last day of the live stream and the recording. So I want to run through a couple of things before we wrap up, because you're probably wondering what's going to come next. And I already said, oh, I didn't really do my slides here. Well, we're not done. But we have some important info to run through with you. So first, tonight, party, boats, food and drinks. Come and join us on a boat for our annual river European flock tradition, I suppose. Important, bring your badge. No badge, no entry. Admission's free if you have the badge. No late admissions unless you want to swim. No early departures unless you like to swim. So there's 2 ways that you can go there. Option 1 is at 6:10 from here in the Vienna House lobby. If you'd like to go on a public transit adventure with the community, we're going to leave at 6:10 from the lobby. We're planning to go via the Yellow Line Metro with a 10 to 15 minute walk at the end of the metro stop. Based on the wisdom that has been bestowed on me by our Prague locals, that is going to be the best way that you have the most likely chance of reaching there on time if you take public transit. I've been told the trams are a risk, especially if you miss one. You miss the tram, you miss the boat. So if you want to join us, that's one option. Option 2 is meet us there. The boarding is going to be from 6:45 to 7, and that is absolute because the boat is gone at 7. If you are not there, you are not on the boat. So best to be there a little bit early, but we will be officially boarding at 6:45. The cruise will be 2 hours from 7 until 9. We will provide dinner and a welcome drink for you. And I believe we're going to have an hour docked at the end. So if you want to stay a little longer and hang out from the pier, we'll have, I think, until 10 o'clock. So if you are going to take the public transit option, you can, of course, pay in the transit. I don't know how many of you are going to come via public transit. There are not so many ticket machines, and sometimes they can be a little slow. So if you do want to do that, I highly advise you to get your ticket on your phone, which you can get on Android or iOS from up here. I see some cameras, so I'll just wait a minute.
You really can't stress, no badge, no boat.
No badge, no boat. Did you hear that? Okay. Other things for tomorrow, just quick run of the show. So we are going to be all 3-track breakouts all day tomorrow. These are going to be focused on workshops or hands-on hacking sessions. Like I said, not being recorded and streamed. If you as a speaker / organizer want to open up a live option video chat, that is up to you. But officially, we are not providing any virtual participation. And there's also no plenary track because we're in 3 different tracks. For Sunday, I want to just apologize one more time for that last-minute cancellation for our trip. If you did pay for the ticket, all issues should be refunded and returned. If you have not gotten that, come and find me. But we do, if you are going to be here on Sunday, I know I've been hearing folks making plans for going around on Sunday. Thanks to some of our local folks as well, we have some recommendations that you can go and see around Prague from the advice of our local folks here. So if you do want to hang out on Sunday, we do have some recommendations for you, but I highly encourage you, if you are going to be here, find a friend and spend a nice afternoon together. Other things to know, this came up in the opening remarks yesterday, but the Fedora contributor survey, our annual survey, is out. So you can go ahead and fill that out now. We'll be running it for about the next month or so. And I don't know if there's anything else notable to say survey-wise.
We'll send it to Discourse and mailing lists and wherever else you'd like it to go.
We're sending it all the places, all the things. So do keep an eye out for that. Of course, you can grab the QR code up here to go and fill it out, but it'll be open for the next couple of weeks. I forgot if I pressed the live activated the survey yet, but we do have a Flock survey, and I want to tell you something about this one too. Last year was the first time that we had an official post-event survey, and it was incredibly valuable to shape the feedback and changes that we tried out for this year, moving to June, having DevCom CZ next week. We had a lot of really thoughtful, insightful comments from the community. We also want to hear from folks that were not here this year, so that may not be activated. It will be tomorrow. I promise that. It is work? Okay, it's live. So that is an option. It is set. And roll the credits. I wanted to just take some time to, just to be a little personal. I had a lot going on in my life the last few months, and really one of the things that's always been so beautiful to me about Flock is how much of a community effort it is to put all this together. I know a lot of you see a few names for the conference, but there's so much that happens behind the scenes and folks that put in work that you would never guess or see that goes into this, that makes the conference so smooth and easy. So this is not going to capture everyone, but I do want to thank especially our core team, Dorka, Aoife, Natalie, Jenny, Yona, Emma Kidney, Madeline Peck, Matthew, and Sean McCants for all the various support that they have provided to help pull this all together. Also, some special mentions to our matrix moderation folks. This was something that has got a lot of time in the last few days, but we have another Emma, Rory, who is not here, but has been a huge part in helping set up some protections for our rooms. So I really want to underscore that great help. And there's many actually people, there's a lot of names that should be here because it's really been a big effort. But other ones, Greg Sutcliffe, Kevin Finzi, Steve Milner, and Neil Hanlon, as well as there's really a larger list of folks there, but I had to come up with this quickly. For the Fedora Mentor Summit, as Jonas mentioned earlier, we had some changes to that, and we tried some new ideas, and I don't know if some of you did all of those, or some of those activities, but I had a really great time doing them. There was actually a team of folks that have been working on putting this all together. Yona Azizaj kind of being the coordinator of this, but we had Akashdeep, Eduardo, who's actually not here at Flock, Louis Bazan, Nikita Tripathi, Smira Goel, and Sumantro Mukherjee, as well as our photographers, the two Louises right here, and Mr. Sumantro there. Of course, a big thank you to all of our speakers who shared your technical wisdom, knowledge, expertise, and helped invite people in to be a part of what we're doing here in the Fedora community. And of course, to all of you for taking some time out of your week and coming here, whether you traveled a few minutes, you traveled a few hours, or you traveled many, 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 many hours. This is really my
favorite thing that we do as a community, and getting to see it all come together every year. It wouldn't be possible without each and every one of you to make this event what it is. This list is a little too long to name, but we had lots of folks who stepped up to help out with various things like session chairs, running microphones around, helping keep an eye out for virtual questions on Matrix. I'm not going to read that whole list of names, but there is a lot of folks who helped out across even just the last 2 days and are still helping out tomorrow. So I want to give a huge round of applause to all the folks that have helped pull this together. Thank you all. And with that, I mean, it feels weird to say thanks for coming when we still have another day left, but thanks for coming. And I'm going to actually say that we wrap up a little bit early. So remember, in 20 minutes from right now, we are going to leave from the Vienna House lobby going for the public transit. If you are going to come with that, meet us in 20 minutes in the lobby. Otherwise, I hope to see you on the boat around 6:45. Thanks so much, folks.
Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to one more lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to one more lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say.